All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, September the 25th. I do wish to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting today on the territories of the Tsalkooshanu Nations. Extend a welcome to everyone that's here in the room, and thank you for being with us. So council, item 3 is our first order of business, and that would be to approve today's agenda. And there's a few amendments. So the motion would be that the agenda for September 25th, 2023, regular meeting of council be adopted with addition of new business supplemental information as follows. Item 6, report of the CAO, supplemental corrected report attached. Item 11.1, new business, bylaw number 892-792-03, permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw 2023, and 11.2, item 11.2, new business would be a notice of motion for myself, Maya Tate. So on that, I'll look for a motion moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. First item up is item 4. So this is our public and statutory hearing section, and this portion is reserved today for development variance permit PLN 01769 for 2109 Mowich Drive. And I'll turn this over to staff, please.
Thank you. So this is a variance application. You'll have seen a similar application before you in the past regarding relief from frontage requirements along roadways. So with this one, the subject property is just over half a hectare in size and is located in the North Casinos neighborhood of Souk on the corner of Mowich Drive and Wisterwood Way East. The subject property is within the Gateway Residential Official Community Plan land use designation, a designation for large lot residential properties not commonly serviced by sewer. That's within the sewer specified area. Properties within the community growth area where gradual densification is supported. Subject property was recently rezoned to the neighborhood residential RU5 zoning to allow for the subdivision of 2 lots for residential use. Surrounding neighborhoods a mix of rural, residential, and agricultural uses. The neighborhood is treed with clearings for building sites and small agricultural operations. Mowich Park is located to the south of the subject property, which is bisected by Mowich Drive. Casinos Creek runs adjacent to the property and it's on the eastern side. Here is, so the next few slides are just going to show a collection of variances that make the overall cross section for the local urban suburban road profile. So just breaking it down so that council has a better understanding of what the collective variance is looking to seek relief from. So after successfully amending the zoning for this property, the owners have applied to subdivide their property into 2 lots. And the improvements to the public road right-of-way to meet the current standards of bylaw 404 as a condition of subdivision within section 2.2a of the bylaw. The owners are asking for a variance to be relieved of this requirement to provide improvements to the public road right-of-way. As a corner lot, the property has 2 frontages. Property frontage along Mowich Drive is approximately 83 meters, and along Wisterwood Way East, it's approximately 55 meters. Both these roads are classified as local roads within the suburban area of the Souk Transportation Master Plan. All roads within the community growth area are classified as suburban roads. The owners would like to vary the requirement to improve the road to provide a 4.25 meter wide travel lane paved to the center line of the road. Staff are recommending that the requirement to relieve the applicants of this requirement be denied, and that they would be required to provide that 4.25 meter wide travel lane. The next variance is a sidewalk required at 2 meters wide along both Mowich Drive and Wisterwood Way to be installed in accordance with the suburban local road cross section specifications. If a variance is granted by council, staff are requesting that the owners be required to construct a 2 meter wide gravel trail in lieu of installing sidewalks, curb, or gutters along the frontages. Construction of a trail will establish a future connection to the C2C Park that lies to the north of the property. Parks and Trails Master Plan supports this, and map 2 in there for existing and proposed trails shows a trail connection connecting Mowich Park, consisting of 2 lots on either side of Mowich Drive, to the C2C Park following alignment of Cecinos Creek. If council upholds the variance request, the district will miss an opportunity for a trail connection that is identified within the Parks and Trails Master Plan and supported within the objectives of the Gateway Residential Land Use Designation of the official community plan. Council should be aware that the road cross-section standards for this property is that of suburban, as the property is within the community growth area where gradual growth is encouraged. The road standard is that of a road that should be improved upon given the gradual densification being supported. The next 2 variances. So bylaw 404 requires the planting of 1 street tree for every 15 meters of frontage. If council were to uphold the owner's request to vary the requirement to plant trees, no street trees would be planted within Mowich Drive or Wisterwood Way. This is a potential loss of 6 trees within the Mowich Drive frontage and 4 trees within the Wisterwood Way frontage. Staff determined that there may be suitable native trees within the public road right-of-way frontage of Mowich Drive and Wisterwood Way East. If council were to consider the variance, staff would ask that the applicant provide a tree protection plan that would identify which trees would be protective along the area fronting Mowich Drive and Wisterwood Way. Variance does not include or speak to any trees the owners or future owners may wish to plant on site, as staff cannot require on-site landscaping through a subdivision for single-family purposes. The owners would like to vary the requirement to improve rainwater management. Improvements to drainage facilities such as ditches or swales are required in accordance with bylaw 404 to align with recommendations of a stormwater management plan. A detailed stormwater management plan will be provided with detailed design drawings prior to subdivision approval. The plan determines the existing drainage ditch meets the requirements set out in the stormwater plan. No upgrades to the current ditch are required. If the stormwater plan recommended upgrades, the ditch should be improved to facilitate and maintain on-site stormwater drainage. Staff recommend denying this request and that the recommendations from the stormwater management plan dictate whether upgrades to the ditch are necessary. Lastly, streetlights are to be installed in accordance with 404, and staff are recommending that these be installed to meet those requirements. As there were no bylaws enacted when these properties along Mowich Drive were created to require frontage upgrades, there's no existing streetlights in the area. Objectives within the Gateway Residential Land Use Designation state that development should be constructed to require safe and formalized pedestrian access to services from all residential areas, including connections to amenities and commercial service areas. This objective speaks to creating a safe route for pedestrians to reach their destination. Council should be aware that frontage improvements are conditions of approval for subdivision applications, development permit applications, and can be requested as part of a zoning bylaw amendment. Through these types of applications, the district can obtain improvements that will not only benefit those who frequent the area, but the greater community by creating sidewalk connections, enhancing pedestrian safety through the installation of lights, upgrading road surfaces, and preserving the urban tree canopy through the provision of street trees. Frontage improvements to public roadways obtained in this way mean that there's no need to drop from municipal budgets or source grant funding. Improvements are provided instead by those who will benefit directly from the installation and who will benefit from the redevelopment of these properties. So with that, there's 3 different options for council to consider. The first is to deny the variance request, which would then require the applicant to fulfill all requirements of bylaw 404 for those road frontage improvements. Or if council is considering to grant the variance, that staff are requesting that the owner provide a tree protection plan as well as the 2-meter wide gravel trail. Or that council grant the approval of the issuance of the development permit, and then therefore there would be no requirements on the applicant for frontage improvements. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, turn it back to council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll look to members of council to see if you have any questions for staff on the report or the application. Go ahead,
Okay.
Councillor Bateman.
I'm up first. So thanks for that report. So it strikes me context is everything, of course. So please remind me of the context for Mowich within the, as the applicant states, the context is a rural neighborhood environment. Now, please explain how that collates with your understanding of the neighborhood.
So rural may have multiple meanings to different people. So rural might be the sense that water and sewer are provided on site. Those are private services as opposed to being provided municipally. It may be in terms of the amount of density that's allowed in a neighborhood. It could be the road cross section. So specific to the bylaw, subdivision development standards bylaw 404 requirements, this area is classified as suburban because it's within the community growth area. That's why further subdivision is allowed. It's a growth area, but not to the extent of, say, the town center area or the area just outside of the town center area. So there are upgrades required. And the transportation master plan in conjunction with the Parks and Trails master plan look at future upgrades. Those being widening the road for a proper travel lane, the 4.25 meters, as well as the sidewalk, and then the associated ditches and curbs. So that's all been established in the transportation master plan and supported through bylaw 404.
So effectively, you're following the letter of bylaw 404 here. Does staff feel that by offering these variances, or you'll be creating precedents that will haunt you further down the road?
Granting these variances, because there have been previous variances in the neighborhood granted for this, will potentially create an issue for the municipality down the road if following the transportation master plan is to be implemented as it is designed right now. Those costs will have to be borne by a different source. Typically, it'll be the municipality or a grant stream. So at this time, typically a developer would be responsible for meeting all those bylaw requirements, upgrading this so that it wouldn't be a cost to future taxpayers or the requirement of staff to source funding. So that's the issue that council's been faced with the past as well as tonight is, should you implement the transportation master plan as it's currently written today? Who will be responsible for providing those costs to upgrade?
Does the master plan anticipate the connection of Westerwood? It's Westerwood, is it? West and east.
Westerwood Way.
Westerwood
East,
Way, yeah. West and east.
There are those aspirational connections that are proposed. We don't have any specific detailed design plans at this time. It would be at the time that those future property owners come forward that we would explore how that would be achieved and to what cross-section requirements. So suburban in this instance.
Okay. Because that would make it much busier in the area. I'm curious about the trail. Now, I think in the Parks and Trails master plan on the map on page 18, it indicates that the trail would follow Cecinos Creek up to the C2C Park, and that likely the access to that trail would be off Woodlands at Mowich Park. Is that correct?
Previously at that time, there was the concept in the transportation master plan and the Parks and Trails master plan to have that follow the creek. However, council will recall previously that property along Woodlands went through the process. There wasn't any dedication of trail. Council did not require that as a requirement. So the only step that we can take now at this time to continue pursuing that connection would be along the public road right of way. So Westerwood Way and Mowich.
And Mowich. Yeah. Okay. Finally, but I'll let others take over here. But the thought of that sidewalk to nowhere, which we hear often, and you're seeking the full build out of that cross section, which would only be in the area of the frontage is under discussion here. That would create a rather mismatched alignment along Mowich. How would the rest of Mowich build out to that classification in over like what would it take? subdividing the other properties or redevelopment of the street or?
Other applications that come forward that trigger the requirements of 404, they would need to adhere to that. Certainly, the further we deviate from our master plans, the more challenging it becomes for staff to try and implement that original vision. So depending on the motions that are passed here tonight, that will provide direction to staff how we might alter that design. But ultimately, you're faced with a current planning decision with long-range planning direction that's being provided. So certainly it might look out of place right now if it was developed, but that's the process of long-range planning, that you have these plans in place to design them in such a way that over the course of an extended period of time, you ultimately gain those connections. If you don't do that, then you have to look at alternative plans to achieve that or alternative sources to fund the original plan.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman, Councillor Beddoes and Pearson.
Yeah, this is probably a hard one for you to answer, but I guess to me, these things that we're asking through 404, which are on the books, it's your job to ask for them. The sidewalks and setbacks and trees and curbs. And then we're asking for a trail, and I'm trying to think of the dollar set off between the two. I assume that the trail would be the least expensive option of the two, but I don't really have a handle on what we're looking. It's putting you on the spot. I don't know what's the dollar value of those two things. I would think that the sidewalks and those improvements would be pretty pricey, and the trail will be a less expensive option. Is that being costed out, or any sort of idea that can guide us to see where I'm going with this? Is that I think that we have to uphold the spirit of 404. But I understand where this is, and I went and had a look at the property again the other day. It might a little be out of place, even though we look at short-term and long-term planning. Any idea on that, or is it can help me on that one, or do I just have to figure it out myself?
Certainly the cost of developing a much larger road profile with 4.25 meter wide travel lane, sidewalk, curb, gutter, street lights, street trees, etc. Those costs would be greater than a gravel trail. I can't say specifically the percentage difference between the two. That's where through the subdivision process, the applicant is required to develop the cost estimates to then be provided to municipal engineers to confirm that it's acceptable, and then they would proceed with developing it. So essentially a gravel trail would be less money than a fully paved out
All right.
section.
Let's do it like a 2-to-1 or something, but I know you can't give me that information. It was a try, but instead of wrestling with this one. So, okay, thank you for that information.
Councillor Pearson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report. So a question, just a couple of historical questions. So what was you said if the property went under a zoning, it's made a zoning application and changed the zoning. What was the zoning prior?
I believe that was that RU4, the surrounding. RU4 as the surrounding ones.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's interesting because you look at the history of this subdivision and all of those lots, this is actually the last lot in that subdivision, in my quick summation of driving around there and looking at it, that actually will be subdivided. And I'm kind of wondering why the zoning had to be changed. Was there change in 404 that changed the actual size of the lot? Because to qualify for this subdivision had to be rezoned, yet all those other properties are still on the original zoning. I don't think there was a zoning change on what I can see on the rest of Mowich Drive. I'm kind of curious about that. And I'll give you a chance to think about that one. Next question is the 4.25 meter requirement now. What is the current profile? What's the difference that we're talking? We're being asked for a variance to accept 4.25. What is it now? Travel lane.
Travel lane right now. Appears to be approximately 8 meters. Plus or
So it's
minus,
missing by half a meter.
could be more with it's
Okay,
approximately.
it just, when I drove,
Yeah.
when I drove the road, and I've driven it several times to look at this. It appears to be a fairly sufficiently wide road. This, and this will be a comment at the end. We've granted some variances in that area fairly recently to maintain the rural atmosphere of the neighborhood, which it always has been. I don't see massive development there because the C2C green space is above that. So it's really limited. I don't see this ever going to high density, and to Councillor Beto's points, like the risk sometimes is more on the process of following the law to the letter, as opposed to the actual practical side of it. It's a very quiet neighborhood, which probably isn't going to change very much in concept. This is the last lot that I can see in that subdivision that's actually going to be able to do that, unless they rezone for density. Then we're going to have a public hearing and all kinds of things that would come forward. This is meeting the current zoning that it has to add one more house. This application is historically getting longer and longer and longer for a single family house. We're asked these variances, although they're complex and I appreciate the law. This is where, in my opinion, our trails and transportation master plan misses the point of some of these neighborhoods that are out there. This is, and we've dealt with this. Now, this is the third time since I've been on council, in about 1 year, that we've dealt with this area. And I have my intuition is to grant these variances based on the practical application of what's being asked for here. It's not a density increase. It's one more house on a really nice wide street.
So we're in question
Yeah, I know.
period.
I'm
So
trying to wrap it up to get it to a question. So by granting this variance to staff, I heard some of the risks that were there, but in the grand scheme of short-term risks, do you feel that this is a real deterrent, or are we really moving away from our theory of a low growth area? I guess that's my question.
I think based on what our zoning bylaw says now in terms of densification and potentially what could be coming down the pipe with the Housing Supply Act and what necessary changes could happen, we could run a bunch of different scenarios. So what staff has done is just followed the transportation master plan and bylaw 404. And ultimately, there aren't any other provisions in those bylaws that would allow us to grant those variances if saw fit. So we have to bring it to council. So we could run a situation where we could quadruple the density in this area based on the Supply Act, or we could just double it if everyone built another suite. So we're just through the legislation bringing this forward to council as a variance.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
there any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
When was bylaw 404 enacted? Can someone tell me that? Because basically you're just following the letter of bylaw 404 more than the transportation master plan. My understanding of it.
2014, I think, for 404.
Okay. So roughly 10 years ago. Okay. So it's fairly new, but it's pre us. It's pre me. So it's interesting that wasn't seen back then, that there's going to be some of these smaller ones. Yeah, okay. I'm having some struggles with this in both directions, but okay, you've answered my question. Thanks very much.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I've got 3 or 4 small questions, but hopefully they'll be easy to answer. I was hearing you say that there might be no improvements required in terms of stormwater management, but the stormwater plan should dictate whether or not improvements are needed. Is that correct? So at this point, let me just rephrase that. At this point in time, there'll be no cost expected to the developers. But if something in the stormwater management plan was to dictate that something had to be done, then that would be asked. Is that correct? Or am I off base?
Correct. So the stormwater management plan would identify what, if any, upgrade requirements the applicant would be on the hook for. So at that time, if there was nothing identified, they wouldn't need to provide any upgrades. If there was something identified, it would be based on what that upgrade is and what the cost estimates are in that day's dollars.
Okay, further to that question, I assume that you're fairly familiar with the stormwater management plan and that you don't, based on that plan, expect there to be any further costs or upgrades needed. Is that correct?
Well, this is the challenge when we start varying different pieces, that depending on what collection of variances occur, we could end up with a different scenario that requires different upgrades versus if we just stuck with the specified cross section, we know the curb and gutter requirements. So this is where staff kind of gets into a challenging situation where we can't really advise the applicant until we know what the motions of council are to then say, here's the path you now have to go forward.
Okay. I keep on hearing, this is my next question about the trail. I keep on hearing trail and connecting to the C2C park and so forth. My assumption is that this trail would actually be parallel to the road based on what I'm seeing here. It would more or less replace the sidewalks. Is that correct?
It would be in lieu of the sidewalk requirement. So if they're not to be providing the paved road and sidewalk, the gravel trail would be the request of staff to still provide for that future connection.
Okay, and in the future, if the Housing Supply Act was to hammer us and lots of density was to happen, then that trail could end up with a sidewalk.
Depending on any future applications that could trigger that requirement, there might be a need to provide those requirements in future. That's dependent on our subdivision development standards bylaw at that time and what our cross-section requirements are.
All right. Next question is, we've talked about densification, either fast or slow, gradual densification, or possibly legislated densification. With that densification, is it only now with subdivision that we're looking at an opportunity for these amenities, or when redevelopment happens, do we also have an opportunity to actually get the amenities we need?
Because this is a subdivision application, that triggers that requirement. If they were coming in for a building permit for a shed or whatnot, I can't see that being the requirement. It's just the subdivision application triggers the subdivision development.
Okay, but I'm not talking about a shed here. I'm talking about, let's say, a duplex or, a small apartment building or something along those lines.
If a small apartment building likely would require rezoning application, so we could probably trigger it through that process. But if we were just adding more development on the property that's just requiring a building permit, it likely wouldn't trigger those upgrade requirements of the frontage.
Okay, so just to confirm, if the zoning stays more or less as it is, and doesn't require rezoning, we would have this opportunity at subdivision for getting amenities. But if it was rezoned for even further density, there would be new opportunity to see about getting amenities.
Correct.
Okay. So if a trail was sufficient at this point in time for the existing density and predicted density with this existing zoning, we could worry about a sidewalk in the future, because there would have to be rezoning to actually warrant.
Certainly at that time when a rezoning application came forward, there could be that request for any number of amenities that might be appropriate for the area.
Okay, and I was curious about the safety lighting. Was that actually a request of this was a community-wide exercise, the Transportation Master Plan. Was this part of that particular area in Casinos that they wanted more safety at night, or where does that come from specifically? Is the committee at large that makes those requests, or is it one particular area, I guess?
So I can't comment specifically area by area what the responses were. I'm not sure. I wasn't part of that engagement at that time. However, it's based on a general cross section for specific road classification. So the suburban road classification has those street lighting pieces, and because the Casinos area was identified as a suburban area, those street lighting elements are included. So that there aren't certain areas that I'm aware of where a suburban road cross section might be different neighborhood to neighborhood.
So it's not. That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Just comment that sometimes I hear from folks in rural areas that would appreciate not having a street light or at least have it downlit because just, it changes the night sky. And in some cases, we've worked with BC Hydro to do that specifically so that the lighting is down on the road and not illuminating everything. Just a comment. Okay, follow up, yes?
Just a couple of questions. So on variance 4, which is the drainage matters. Now, I noticed in this memo from Raphael Matson at the district dated June 9th on page 29, she indicates there is an existing drainage ditch along Mowich. Would this remain, were this to remain, it sounds like, it would meet the intent of the Swale Boulevard as indicated in the suburban local cross section. So, and yet staff is recommending refusal of that variance.
To clarify, staff are recommending that all of the variances be denied. So it's a collection of those. So essentially what the applicant is requesting is to not have to develop to the urban road or the suburban road classification. What makes up that classification is all of those various elements, those 5 different pieces. So that's why what's on the screen before you is that whole section to be relieved of all of those road frontage improvements. If council were to grant that, then the request would be for the tree protection plan and a 2-meter gravel trail, or to not grant the variance.
Okay, so in that option 2, which is where we've got some wriggle room, I noted the street trees are not included in that. Are they related in some way with the tree protection plan?
Correct. So the street trees is something that an applicant provides as part of the overall development. Those are typically new trees that are being planted. What we're requesting then is if they're not going to be planting street trees, that any existing trees that are identified through a tree protection plan be protected throughout the course of the development. So they would essentially take the place of the planted street trees.
Yeah. Now I have driven up there and I don't believe there are any trees currently along the street front. Is that right? Yeah, okay. And yeah, and just finally, it was curious to me to note the expression, what was it? It's the analysis was done at the desk as opposed to going out in the field and that's a common practice given the volume of files you're dealing with, I assume.
It's a case by case basis, but yes, certainly with the volume of files and the amount of staff that we have, it's a case by case basis.
Okay, any other questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none, I would like to now invite the applicant and any members of the public that would like to comment on this particular application. So this time on the agenda is reserved specifically for this variance only. And so this will be the only time to speak on this particular variance. We have public input for all remaining items on the agenda. And if you could please turn on the microphone and introduce yourself. We don't require your address, just your name is fine. Thank you.
So I'm Colleen Heenan.
Mark Lajeunesse.
So we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this evening, and would like to also take the opportunity to thank the district staff for their help and guidance through all this flawed process for individual homeowners. And I underline that and put it in bold because we are one lot on a cul-de-sac that is the final piece to be divided. So, and we also appreciate the district's willingness to expedite our council date to this evening. So thank you also for that. So we have several points we'd like to make in addition to ones already made. So to quote one of our neighbors, you could land a plane on Mowich Drive. This is in relation to the width of the drive. With an iPhone measurement, the width is approximately 8.5 meters. Given there is no center line, which I assume 4.25 is to the center line, my math says it already meets the width requirement. Wisterwood Way East, same iPhone measurement, 1.6 meters. So it seems that already the road width and travel lanes meet the requirement of the bylaw. Of note, Woodlands Road, which recently had multiple similar variances approved to be were relieved of paving the road to a width. They are 5.7 meters. We have photographs here if you require. So Woodlands Road, which is actually the busy thoroughfare there, does not meet the width requirement, and twice the variance was supported that they did not need to widen. The district fire department has indicated that existing paved travel lanes meet the road width requirement. So I'm wondering what further access is required for the 10 homes that we're looking at that would be a maximum on this road. The next piece, the aspirational trail. Now, I'm not sure that that word was in front. That was the word that was put to us, aspirational. And I'm not sure if you require a definition of aspirational, but it means hopeful, high-reaching, ambitious, eager, zealous, and as such is a whimsical concept. So we submitted a 4-page written rationale in support of no aspirational trail. I did not see that included with our rationale there. I have copies for the councillors if you would like. Now, where'd they go? Here they are. So you can have a look at them as we go. An underlying assumption of the district seems to be there will be future development in the neighborhood. This has been the discussion, as we've said. We are the only ones who had to redevelop based on the changes. Okay. Okay, thanks. There's a comment that says that the aspirational trail will connect to C. It will not, in fact. So it is a trail to nowhere, and it would continue to be a trail to nowhere because the property on Mowich Drive and no place connects to the C park. There is one property that does, and that property, I can give you the address if you require, has already told the district and council there will be no trail, no opportunity to go through their property to meet the C park. So this is a trail that would sit in the middle of the road and go nowhere. Not only that, if we looked in the future with this aspiration and we move down the road, our neighbors down below, their property peg is actually in the middle of the ditch. So I'm not exactly sure where the district would see the trail going when the property peg already sits in the middle of the ditch. I think it's kind of limits the width that would be available. So I've mentioned that this is a piece that is a bit confusing to us. We do have 3 or 4 native trees on our property. They would need to be removed for the aspirational trail. And yet on the other hand, we're told that native trees would need to be retained. How do you retain trees and remove trees at the same time kind of baffles me. And perhaps I'm just missing a point, being just a lowly landowner, and all of this stuff has been really challenging for us. So there were variances already approved that was mentioned on the east side of Mowich Park. So Mowich Park East, that property owner did not have to put in a trail to go up to the C park. So then that subdivide is for 3 homes. We are 1. Also along Woodlands Road, you mentioned previous variances. Along Woodlands Road, that property owner is subdividing 4. They did not have to put in a trail along Woodlands Road, which is already only 5.7 meters wide. So putting a plane down the middle of Mowich Road seems to me that there's lots of room, space, visual clarity to see what's going on. It is a very safe road versus Woodlands, which has a blind corner that we are all very aware of in the neighborhood outside the ALR property that is currently there. So I would like to make a few other comments. One, Councillor Beto said in the Sauk News Mirror, June 29th, 2023, and he was at that point referring to waterfront issues, but the quote seems to fit this particular context as well. Quote, "It's an aspirational thing. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't even mean it's feasible. We would have to cost that out. We would have to take people's property, and we're not about to do that under any circumstances." End quote. We also would like to respectfully submit that the district staff's comment on the aspirational trail location is misleading. Map 2, page 18, does show that there would be a trail up the east side of the creek. That's the one the variance was already supported. There is another trail actually on that map that is up at the west end of Wisterwood Way West, and it goes from there up the mountain from there. That is still a possibility. We are not sure why the district sees value in connecting to Mowich Nature Park when it is not a park per se, it is wild space for wildlife. There is a small little roadside trail that goes through the West Hand Park by property that's in the ALR, because that's where the blind corner is. The other is just nature park, and the property actually has quite a steep decline into the creek bed on both sides. This is not a park that is used in any way by people. It's wildlife park. So connecting a trail there is, I'm just curious. So the no aspirational trail is indicated up Mowich Drive, just to be clear. We already heard about the low growth potential, which is congruent with this neighborhood community. We're outside the sewer service area. I don't see condominiums, apartments. It would require everybody else to continue to build and to ask for a subdivide. We have subdivided. We had the minimum lot size to subdivide. Everybody else has subdivided. I can't see anything else going there. We have subdivided the minimum lot size. Now, this is a question that maybe is because we are not that wise, and this has been a challenging process. But it seems to me that if we have met the minimum lot subdivide and we add a trail or a sidewalk to that, we have now decreased the minimum lot subdivide to less than the size that it is expected to be. So perhaps I have misunderstood that concept, but that strikes me as how that would go. So then we'll move on to the trail. So Councillor Beddoes asked about the cost of the trail versus a sidewalk. I'm not sure the cost of the sidewalk, but the Parks and Trails Master Plan estimates that a trail would be in the range of $82,000 to $110,000 for a nature trail extending between 545 and 730 meters. Now, clearly ours is not that long. Somebody had a 85 plus 55, I think, but that to me strikes me as single owners on a fixed income. We are retired, that's an unreasonable request when others with more units, if you will, had their variances supported. The master plan states the trails improvements will enhance connectivity where the needs are greatest and costs are manageable. We suggest the need is not great given the small number of homes and the cost would be prohibitive. Next point, the street tree planting plan. We can't lose trees that aren't there, and Councillor Bateman is correct. There have not been trees on that property in at least 60 years. The only trees that are on the property are on the property where we as the residents currently reside. And Mark can attest to that because he mows that piece of land all of the time. So we could add trees, but the lack of adding trees is not a loss of trees. So I'm not sure how that sounds like girl math to me. But this is an area that is replete with woodlands. There are lots of trees along the creek bed that is currently inhabited by owls, bears, and deer. We have this summer for the 6 weeks straight, every evening had a family of owls have been out there on the poles and on the streets and on the trees, and even this morning after the rain. And so we're not short of trees to support wildlife. There would be no need to protect trees during construction, as the trees in situ would not be affected by the construction plan on Wisterwood Way East. Those trees are on the property that would stay with us. The rest of the property does not have a stick of tree on it other than on the riparian area, and that riparian work has already been done. And final point was around streetlights. There are no other streetlights. I'm not sure the need for streetlights. We see, when we walk, we see our neighbors below us, Donnie and Rick out walking their dog. We see our neighbor Lynn above us out walking her dog. After dark, it is me. There is no one else. And it feels very safe. There's lots of ambient light from the sky, even last night, for heaven's sakes. So I believe, in summary, we support Mayor Maya Tate's recommendations made at the July 24th, 2023 council meeting, where she indicated staff were consistent in their application of bylaw 404, and we can appreciate the need for the due diligence. But council makes decisions on a case-by-case basis. She continued at that time to say, Woodlands and Harborview area, which encompasses Mowich Drive, are seen as rural given no wastewater services and with low density. As a result, Mayor Tate and council recommended we, quote, we look at some sections of our neighborhoods differently based on rural region with limited or no future development, end quote. We heartily endorse that sentiment. In closing, I have two key points. One, we are requesting equity with similar recent bylaw 404 streetscape variances, which were approved for multi-home subdivides in our neighborhood. And number two, that you consider what is reasonable, realistic, and congruent with the rural character of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Do you want pictures as well?
Just whatever you have. If you want to pass them to Councillor St. Pierre, we'll pass them down.
One set of pictures. And I think I have. So yeah, pictures is just one set.
That's just one set, and these are for, we each have one. Okay, thank you. Did you have any further comment to make, sir?
It sounds like Colleen pretty much covered it, other than these pictures show the width of the ditch already.
Okay,
And when the monsoon rains are happening, there's barely a trickle of water in that ditch. So adding one more storm water pipe to that ditch from the future single family dwelling is not going to make much difference, because it's not allowed to go to Casinos Creek, and it can't run towards Casinos Creek because it's on an embankment. It has to either come down towards us or into that large ditch. That's just the only way it can go.
thank you very much for your presentation today and for the handouts. Are there other members of, thank you for, that was the applicant. Are there other members of the public that would like to comment on this variance for Mowich Drive specifically? If you could please come forward and introduce yourself, please. Well, I didn't see who was first. It's just whomever gets there first. Everyone will be heard, so good, thank you.
My name is Helen Ritz. I live in Souk. I didn't actually come here tonight to speak on this, and I probably should know this answer myself, but we have a draft OCP on the shelf that's pretty close, I hope, to being finished. How does is our recommendation for that area different than our discussions tonight? That is my question.
Are you able to answer that, Steph?
So our the OCP designation as it stands today is similar to the draft OCP designation. We went about two different scenarios for the Gateway residential area, which this property is identified as, and we ultimately returned to the current designation that stands in the existing OCP. So it's very, very much similar.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was in the conversation.
Thank you very much. Other speakers, please. For Mauish Drive, 2109.
Now I'm on. Don Brown. And we just went through a variance process with the district already for our property on Woodlands Road, where we got the variances not to have the sidewalks and the street lights, and also not to have the trail that went up behind our place. Again, it's a trail that goes nowhere. The planning for the trail, for this aspirational trail, went from this connection that they're talking about now, but took up this right away and end up in the middle of our neighbor's property, Lynn Rutherford's property. And unless you expropriate the land, that trail is not ever going to go anywhere. And it will look kind of ridiculous to have a piece of trail along Mowich and Wisterwood Way East, and it'll stay there. That'll be it. I think we need to think of this in terms much broader, that we have a trails master plan, a transportation master plan, and an OCP, and the three don't work together. My understanding from the new OCP is that this area is to be rural residential, that we're not going to have sewer in it, that we are very limited in our septic fields and what we can put in there. So there can't be any more development. And we would like to keep the rural nature of that area. And there's other opportunities to put trails there along Woodlands Road and along Harborview that would be much more practical to do. And to impose these requirements on what's called the developers is treating people who, like ourselves, are just single owners who are just trying to subdivide into lot sizes that meet those requirements of 2,500 square meters. We're not going to be putting in development and condominiums or anything like that. And I don't see how that can happen, even if you have the supply requirement now coming on that we have to increase density in Souk. This is not the place to do it. And this comes back to the development of the new OCP, that one of the recommendations I made to council at that time was to create and develop the plans in the neighborhoods. And you have a section called the Woodlands area with the neighbors, and say, what is it that we can really do with this place to keep that rural character and to make it work? This is not a NIMBY thing. This is not, not in my backyard. It's looking at the practical area and how to make it work as a beautiful neighborhood. These are established lands. These are established neighborhoods. There's people that have owned these places since their great grandfathers. It's not something that's going to be, you're flipping properties every 7 years or 8 years. It's just not going to happen. What you have is what you get, and we can do a lot of good things with that neighborhood if we approach it in a more intelligent, balanced way. And I'd like to just say one other point is the way that you do your planning. When we do an OCP, when we do these plans, we should also think very carefully about implementation, because what happens is you end up with this situation where a particular person wants to develop a piece of land, and because of that, they're imposed these other requirements. The piece of trail that we were asked to do, that we got our variance on from Woodlands, was over $50,000. And the road that they wanted to have us develop behind our property was in the order of $200,000.
We hear you, Mr. Brown, but we're
So
here on
I just
the
want to make the
particular
point
variance. Yes.
that in terms of this development, and thinking of it more broadly, I ask the council to think about this and think about in terms of the future, because that's what we're talking about. And the new OCP calls this rural residential. It doesn't call it suburban. And I think you need to change the 404 standards, because there's no rural road that has streetlights and swales that I know of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers today? Careful there.
Hi, I'm Susan Belford. I live in Sunny Sassinos. I
live not far away from Woodlands and Mowich Drive. And on occasion, I'm a pedestrian late at night in the dark on really, what sometimes feel like quite dangerous roads, because Woodlands Road is very steep. So people tend to drive up it fast in order to get to the top. And when you're walking on the side of a road and a car is coming towards you quickly at night with their brights on, it's blinding. It's really an uncomfortable situation. So, you know, pedestrians today and into the future need some kind of trail, sidewalk, something to keep us safe. I understand that with this situation, these poor folks are being treated in a way that they feel is unfair because everybody else in the area has been able to have the variances that they requested. And to be frank, it might seem a little silly to have this one intersection in the area all tarted up and nice and suburban when everything else is rural. I personally love the rural stuff, but I think I'd like to echo what Mr. Brown said just a few minutes ago, that this is really about not only about fairness, but it's about the future. It's about my grandchildren, your grandchildren, and what our neighborhoods are going to be like. And we're going to need trails and access to parks and safe ways to be. And so if we're going to allow these variances to be allowed, then council needs to take some initiative to ensure that areas like this have some kind of planning situation that allows there to be light and a safe place to walk. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments tonight?
Hi, everyone. Donnie Eve. I live on Mowich Drive, the neighborhood in question. And I just want to make some points on each of the variance requirements, if that's okay. So just a little context. So the lot that Colleen and Mark are proposing to subdivide off their property is a big, Colleen mentioned Mark mows it all the time. I hear him mowing it all the time, so I can attest to that. But originally, it was part of Jim and Alita Pierce's original property. It was subdivided in 1992. That particular grassy area that exists now actually used to be part of their egg farm. So it has actually been not treed and a big flat, empty grassy area for at least 60 years, if not longer. So I can attest to that. I appreciate that several councillors have gone up and driven in the neighborhood, and so you know exactly what we're saying. But so based on each of these variances, so again, the road widening, again, Colleen made the point. We measured the road today. It exceeds 8.5 meters on Mowich. It's 8.6 meters on Wisterwood, and Woodlands is almost half that when you actually consider Mowich is one of the widest roads in Souk. So definitely that variance is not should be supported. Council should allow that because it just makes no sense otherwise. The whole part about the sidewalks and trails, please indulge me because I do have a couple points around here. So you've heard about the sidewalk to nowhere. This truly is a sidewalk to nowhere. Mowich Drive, it ends at Wisterwood. So you're either going to have a sidewalk and a little blip of Mowich or a little blip of Wisterwood, and then there's no other road after that. So there will be nowhere for this trail or connectivity to go unless there's future development with places like our neighbors that have these broader, bigger lands that kind of are between Mowich and the C2C. And I can't see that happening. It's just not going to happen with the families that live there now. The density doesn't allow it. The zoning doesn't allow it. This is the last property to be subdivided because there were 4 original properties on Mowich Drive, and each of them were about 1.3 acres. And in 2004, 3 of the properties subdivided, including ours, we subdivided ours in half, created a single lot to build a house for my mom. So, and the other 2 properties across Mowich did the same. So this doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. In fact, it actually improves the character of the neighborhood because now it creates these 8 identical lots instead of 4. And it really has no impact at all by creating it. But with the trails and the sidewalk, again, there's not going to be any future growth in this area unless, like you said, if the Housing Supply Act requires it, and there's going to need to be some significant changes, including bringing sewers and a huge cost impact. And if that's the case, then there will be future zoning, there will be future development requests where these things will make sense. But if that doesn't happen, I don't see any of this happening for 30, 40, 50 years. Like seriously, I'm not moving, I'm not rezoning. My son lives next door now. He's 30 years old. He's not moving. He's not rezoning. So, you know, just in our lifespan right there, and based on the character of the neighborhood, which is very similar, we're not rezoning. We're not going to be selling, and we're not rezoning. So yes, I appreciate the planning and the need to create connectivity for future growth. I mean, I used to work in the area of the Ministry of Health that was responsible for healthy communities and age-friendly communities. So I have a huge admiration and respect for the need to create connectivity between the places that we live and the places that we work, play, and, you know, shop for groceries and get services. But this does not make sense in this neighborhood, in this case, to require sidewalks and curbs and gutters, or even a trail, because they just will really go nowhere. The other thing about the trail is this whole aspirational trail aspect along Cecinos Creek. You can see it in the Parks and Trails Master Plan. There's little Mowich Park down here. There's C up here. And you can see there's a little, I can just imagine someone at their desk seeing the pictures. Oh, this would be nice. Hey, there's a creek. Why don't we put a trail up along it? And it makes no sense at all. Colleen mentioned that this trail, or this creek, it's a ravine. It's steep sloped. Right now, there's a whole bunch of really old alders. We hear them falling every year, every couple of months. Big crash in the bush. It's another alder falling into that creek or along the side of it. There would need to be a lot of work done to create, like, we can't even go into Mowich Park right now because of the danger of those old alders. So that's the part that is adjacent to our property. And we've been sort of the de facto stewards and caretakers of that for the 31 years that we've lived there, because, you know, it's just a wild place, and we pick up garbage and do that kind of stuff in there now. But it's does not make sense to have a trail up along Cecinos Creek. The other thing that was mentioned was that's private property on either side of that creek. My understanding for requirements for a trail is you would have to have it fenced on either side. So, you know, we've got a situation now where this is a wooded area. It's home for all kinds of wildlife, and it's an active wildlife corridor. So any creation of or aspiration of a trail along this creek would have a huge negative impact on the existing wildlife. There's you know, a bunch of native trees in there. There's trilliums that grow on the banks of the creek. All of those would have a huge impact. We just saw recently red squirrels on our property for the first time in the 31 years we've been there. And it was just such a joy to see them. So we're actually returning the area to a more natural state. And I know we've personally planted well over 100 trees on our property, and I'm happy to add the trees that you know, that aren't on the existing one, because yeah, I love the habitat. I love to create that habitat for the birds and the wildlife. Sorry, I'm just getting a little off point here. Thank you for indulging me, Mayor and Council. The next part is the drainage ditches. I think Mark mentioned it. There are ditches along both Mowich and Wisterwood. Again, I've never seen any kind of residual traceable water left in those ditches. It is on a slope. When there's a huge storm, there is a tiny bit of a trickle that's created, but it's more than sufficient to manage the storm water and drainage. for the past 31 years, and the addition of one more house on the road is not going to impact that. In terms of the street lighting, this to me is the most disturbing request because, and that will have the most negative impact on our neighborhood. Mayor Tate, you mentioned it, the fact that this is light pollution, it impacts our ability to view the night sky, and it's one of the attractions of a rural neighborhood. It's one of the reasons I wanted to live there is because there was not street lighting. It will impact, it'll reduce our ability to sleep, or enjoy the night sky, and it will have serious effect on the existing nocturnal wildlife of owls and bats and other creatures, which are, they fly around the street right now, and you see the owls all the time, and I wouldn't want their existence impacted. So, I encourage council to look at these variances and grant them. It will actually be, you see in the report that these are so-called improvements. In this case, they are definitely not improvements to the neighborhood. They will seriously impact and be a detriment to our neighborhood. So you've got your options there, 1, 2, or 3. I urge you to consider option 3 and grant these variances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on 2109 Mowich Drive? I'll call for a second and final time. There's public input for the other items on the agenda to follow, just so you know. Okay. All right, so I'll return the conversation to members of council. So you've heard our staff rationale, and that's just going along with bylaw 404 and the master planning that's in place. Commentary from the applicant as well as area residents. And so staff has put forward a suite of options for council to consider. And so I'll turn that over to us. I see Councillor Pearson has his mic on at the ready. Go ahead.
I would like to move that council approve the issuance of the development variance permits as per item 3. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
Yes, so those that are at home can hear it and the closed captioning.
The council approve the issuance of the development variance permit PLN 1789 for 2109 Mowich Drive to vary section 2.2A of the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404 to relieve the owner from providing required improvements to the public road right of way required as a condition of subdivision approval.
Okay. I think that was the whole thing.
I
Yes.
thought it was more than that.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor McMath. Okay, so go ahead and speak to it if you like, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you. And thank staff. And I know it's difficult when we're looking at a bylaw that's in place. But when you hear from the public, and I know that property extremely well myself, I grew up on that street. And there was somebody who mentioned that Woodlands Road was steep, and Woodlands Road is not steep. Harbor View is steep. Which the road that I grew up on was Harbor View, and I walked Woodlands Road multiple times. But it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. The concept of that neighborhood hasn't changed to one of the speaker's points in over 60 years. The addition of one house isn't going to change that neighborhood. This is a point where our trails and parks master plan isn't hitting the mark. And there was some comments around, we have to look at neighborhoods individually. And in July, the mayor summed it up very nicely. It doesn't always fit perfectly. And our job is difficult sometimes sitting here to look at these variances, but it's not to the point of some people to say that this is a precedent setting. It's looking at it and making a real judgment on a real case for one lot in a subdivision that isn't going to change the neighborhood. There's a couple of points that I'd like to make about aspirational trails. Well, yeah, that's fine. The concept of aspirational trails is a positive thing to talk about, and it's a positive thing to think about. But when you hit the practical side of an aspirational trail, you put trailheads on Woodlands Road where there's no parking. We have a magnificent parking lot that accesses C2C green space less than 1 kilometer away from this application. I would much prefer to see people going up there and parking in a designated park. And if the parking lot's too small, and would be a great thing, we can expand that parking lot where it's at. I don't want to get into situations where we get a trail where somebody thinks there's a trail, and then all of a sudden you're parking on the blind corner on Woodlands Road to access a park across the road into a steep ravine, a steep creek. I have personal experience in this area, and I've talked about it many times at Woodlands Road in Harborview. This is a case where the variance makes sense. It's not a tough decision here at council. We have to consider every variance seriously, and it's not flippant to sorry, I'm looking you in the eye, Ms. Fitch, but like we have to make sure that we do look at them individually, and sometimes our bylaws just don't work, and this is one of these cases. So I'll be voting in favor of this variance.
I hope so, because you moved it. Counselor McMath?
Yeah, the intention of this bylaw, which staff is obligated to see through as their job, I can see it's caused you to take a hit in your quality of life. That would be something that you should put on us. It is from 2014, but it is perhaps something that we should be reviewing, perhaps in tandem with our OCP. The premise is great. And so the concept is there's areas in Sooke that are missing streetlights, that are missing sidewalks, and we hear about it constantly. In this independent situation, it doesn't fit. And so that's how this process works. I know it's been very tedious and stressful for you. Staff is obligated to follow the technical pieces, but it is our job to make decisions on independent applicants based on the context for that. So thank you so much for being so articulate, and thank you to staff for just doing your job. And please follow up with us to make sure that we look into how we can remedy this for people in the future.
Okay, Counselor St. Pierre?
I'm of two minds on this one, and mostly because I think that in some ways we made a mistake with a previous application. And that was when we didn't actually explain carefully, honestly, how we actually have sidewalks that go somewhere instead of nowhere. And the incremental nature, which is so you don't necessarily always know exactly how it's all going to come together in the future, but if you want the plan to come together, you have to start pulling the pieces together. There's also a lack of understanding that as soon as you actually subdivide a property into one or two or three, effectively, whether you're selling or not, your assets have gone up by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that, for example, some young people are never going to touch in terms of actually having property. It's just the way it is. Affordable housing, and this is one of the reasons why I was in favor of the previous application, is extraordinarily important. Not cutting down wonderful trees in order to make sure that maybe there's no problem in the future with access is not something I want to do. But there has to be an understanding on the part of our generation that we have more resources by far, and we owe something to the future in terms of fairness, in terms of making sure that we have amenities. I think there's a problem right now with our OCP not being done, and we can't move forward with a better development process. I think we should be looking at things like amenities contributions. We're bringing more people into the community. We're going to have more people in the community by having subdivision. That means more services are needed. That means somewhere there's going to be a sidewalk needed. So why would we not actually contribute X number of dollars, a reasonable amount, to making sure that everyone has better sidewalks or better trails? Unfortunately, as I asked our director of planning, that's not actually within the regulations at this point in time. So we have this less awesome system that tortures people. And I do apologize for that. And we're trying to fix it really hard. We've got money from the province and we've got consultants and we're trying to fix it. But I did want to make a point that this is not actually meant to be an unfair process. It's actually meant to be fair to the future. It's actually meant to provide the things the community has asked for. And our tools are not the best, but that's what they're supposed to do. I do think that in the future, we're going to want sidewalks, not necessarily sidewalks, because I actually think sidewalks are impermeable and don't allow rainwater through. It doesn't make any sense in a rural area anyway. But I do think, as has been pointed out, that people would like to not be run over by cars. At some point, as there's more development in that area, or even no development in that area, people might want to make sure that as they're going in their strollers or the wheelchairs or just walking along the road, they have a safe place to do so. it would make sense to me to continue having some sort of trail or to put something so we can have a trail in the future. Because someday your neighborhood might want it. It's likely your neighborhood might want it someday. Many neighborhoods do. Even if they at some point think, oh, we're just fine. We're going to drive everywhere. And then someday they get out of the car, they start walking, and I'm sure you do all the time, but it's the way it is. I'm torn because I believe the variance will pass. Because you made a very good point, you've been very eloquent, and it makes sense. So I think it's going to pass. But I think you should have some kind of a sidewalk for the future. And I do think that our staff has wanted to make sure that if there's a problem with the drainage, they can address it. By passing this variance, we're basically saying, if there's a problem, we can't do nothing about it. We can't make you fix it. We're just gonna have a problem with the drainage. If it affects your neighbors, that's the way it goes. We can't do anything about it. So I don't agree with a lot of what's going on here. And I hope you understand the reasons why.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Beddoes?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A couple of things here is, first of all, in the transportation master plan, it mentions connectivity. And that was a very, very big part of the transportation master plan. We have a lot of streets that begin and end nowhere. But I think in this possible case, this would be a trail to nowhere. So I'm not really that excited. I would like to agree with Councillor St. Pierre. There should be something from amenities out of this because you are in the subdivision gaining some dollar advantage. But to make you put a trail in that starts nowhere and goes nowhere, it doesn't make sense to me. One of the problems is to me is the bylaw 404. It was passed only in 2014, and I'm not going to fault the councils of the day because who can see that far into the future. But when I see a subdivision of just one lot peeled off, one large lot, to trigger all this, I mean, I don't know what you make on a lot. I guess $500,000, and you have to spend $300,000 for improvements in the neighborhood. It doesn't bode well for building houses in the future for those people that need it. So as much as I see some of the points of having a bylaw 404, again, it needs to be flushed out that when we're doing that subdivision in a rural area, and it is a rural area. But I think what most of all did it for me is Miss Eve, when she says this is a detriment to the neighborhood. And I drove your neighborhood. I looked at it, other than the big green trailer parked on the road, but I won't get into that. It is a nice little neighborhood and actually reminds me of my neighborhood. And putting a sidewalk there and a street light there, I think would change the ambience of that neighborhood. So I'm in favor of the motion with some reservations, because I'm also concerned about setting precedent and supporting our staff. Now, and staff is just following the letter of the law that we laid down to them by 404. That's their job. And I expect them to do those things. But we also have a thing called a variance. So as Councillor Pearson said, there's always exceptions to the rule. And this is probably one of the exceptions to the rule. The previous one, I had a little bit of difficulty with. This one I don't, because it is a nice little neighborhood. I don't see it changing much in my lifetime. So I'll grant that. I think that does it for me, other than just the comment about the newspaper article. If you better be careful with that, because that goes against what you're trying to do here, because that was in the context that if nothing on that waterfront property changes, we're not going to take people's property unless they subdivide or develop. And you are subdividing or developing, so that doesn't apply to you. But it's okay. Don't mind you throwing my name out there. Can only be good things for the long run. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Counselor Bateman?
Okay, so I got us started. How long ago was that? Hour and a half. It'd be a great conversation. Thank you very much for all the input. I think, it's important that we protect the rural character of those areas that remain rural in Sooke. when we talk about this Housing Supply Act and the province wanting to create enough housing for the waves of residents who are coming to Sooke and everywhere in BC, we must remember that we have smart growth in the sewer specified area. The Woodlands area is rural in character. There's over my and many other dead bodies will we see quadruple density in that area. The one piece that, okay, so bylaw 404, I think we're at the stage we're in a draft of a new version of bylaw 404. And I trust that it will give staff suitable leeway that they can apply that common sense lens as opposed to needing to adhere to the letter of the bylaw. This question of risk, right? What is a small risk to the district? And the one hang up I have are the street trees, because I do love to see these street trees planted all over Sooke. They're part of bylaw 404. I think they might add to the character of your streetscape potentially. However, that's not part of the motion, so I'm not savvy enough to figure out how to add it. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion, Councillor McMath for a second time. I haven't spoken yet, so no. Councillor St. Pierre, you can challenge me as chair, and I know that we have a lot to get through, but I still haven't spoken, and Councillor St. Pierre would like to speak for a second time.
Just very, very quickly, I wanted to point out that we don't have any protected trees in Sooke because we don't have a tree bylaw per se. So I think the staff is probably.
Okay, that's off.
Okay.
That's way off. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna bring us back here. So thank you everyone for the time and for the attention on this matter. It's obviously raising other matters that are making it more complicated than it needs to be. So I acknowledge that our staff have had a challenging time with this because they're using tools that are not all current together. And I appreciate the journey that the applicants have gone through. And for the others in the area that were also granted a variance, I would say it was rather rigorous for them as well. So it wasn't easy per se for anyone to achieve a variance in any way, shape or form in this particular neighborhood. And I fully can appreciate how frustrating that can be for all parties, including our staff that are making use of what they have. It is their job to follow best practice and the planning documents that council has approved, because anytime that they haven't, not the current staff or any staff, it creates a big mess that we end up cleaning up later. So that's why they're doing the due diligence that they are. That all said, I do believe the one mistake that has occurred, and no one here can say they've been here since 2014. Well, I guess you haven't. Certainly I have. Was that we progressed doing master plans ahead of the OCP. So there was a time where we faced that dilemma, and are we going to update master plans or progress the OCP? It was recommended by staff to focus on the OCP as the master planning document governing all, but the decision at the time was to do the master plan for transportation and parks. So that is why this is complicated. That, I think, is the mistake that was made, but we're moving it forward because we can't. I certainly don't have a time travel clock, but that's just from sitting here what I see has occurred. But we recognize that, and we're doing what we can to move ahead with the resources that we have. For this particular area and for what the future brings, I think master plans are to have a length of 10 years in time, and then they're updated to reflect what we need to focus on next. And hopefully once we get on track, we will see a trend like that extend into the future. In terms of a trail in this particular area, and I'm all for trails around Sooke, but where are we connecting people from and where are they to go? Above this is the Sea to Sky Harborview, a wild, natural, wild park extending for hectares beyond, with a time of operation of sunrise to sunset. Perhaps in the future, there will be recreational camping on a hike it in, hike it out basis for those that are able to do so, because there are a few amenities at Shields Lake and beyond. But it would be for more the pack in, pack out, take only pictures and leave only footprints behind. So it's not a destination where you would see folks traveling to in a more urban type setting where you would play like Sun River, where you would play sports and the like into hours that may go beyond the dusk hour. It is dark at this hour, and that's the hours of the park. So I don't see a trail connecting to that area is one that is be done. I supported the other variants for the area, and I feel they were made in the character of the neighborhood. I think, as Councillor Bateman said, as the future and Sooke gets busier, rural areas are to be maintained rural. We're not all going to be in urban or suburban places, and rural places have their character as well. If the province calls for density in this area, I would push back against that heavily, because it would seem out of place considering the lack of services in this area when we have grants ready to go and housing desperately needed in the core, where it's serviced by transit, amenities, commercial core shopping, more vibrancy, restaurants and the like. That's where you would see that type of density, and that's where it would belong. In terms of this particular land, it looked to me like vacant land and it's grass. Is that really the best use of this property? They may get some enjoyment mowing it all the time. Maybe not. Some do, just saying. But I think in terms of putting the use to best use, it would be to welcome another home in this particular area. And hopefully that future homeowner would value and respect the rural character that this neighborhood already brings, and be attracted to it for that reason, and not be upset about the lack of amenities in this particular area that other areas in our community have. So I'm in favor of the variance here. I appreciate the dialogue to get us to this point. I would just like to conclude that I have owls in my neighborhood too, and we have streetlights. So they adapt, they have their places, and thankfully they're keeping the rats under control, which is good owl business. Anyway, it's another story. So on that note, I will call the question on this variance. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That's unanimous. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time today, and for staff on your work on this. Will we be expecting the applicant back at any point? They would be free to go for building permit and other pieces, right?
The applicant will continue on now with their subdivision application.
Okay, so we'll continue on in the process, and we wish you well on that journey. So thank you for your time. So we're going to move on to the next item. So if anyone would like to leave, this may be a good time while we're adopting the minutes, but you don't have to. You're more than welcome to stay with us till the end of the night. We like to have people here. So move item to item 5, which is adoption of meeting minutes, July 10th and our regular July 10th meetings and special council of July 17th. They're going to be adopted together. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. A few corrections were submitted, otherwise we're good. Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. I believe Councillor Lajeunesse was on his way. Health break? Okay, there's a call for a health break. So we can synchronize clocks. It's 8:28. So 8:35. 8:35, please, according to my clock. All right, thank you. Okay, everyone, it's 8:35. 8:35, and we're going to continue on with our agenda, starting off with item 6. Okay, so item 6 would be report of the Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Worship. Just in the interest of time, I know there's some other items on the agenda tonight that might spark some conversation, so I have nothing further to add unless you have any questions.
Well, thank you for providing your written and updated written reports. Council, do you have any questions for our CAO at this time? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, this Active Routes to Schools program, will Ms. Moon be bringing something forward to us here in open meeting about that?
I believe because that was part of through your worship, as part of the climate funding initiative, one of those
Right.
funding streams. So as part of her climate reporting back, yes, we will report back to council on how this has worked. We're just, I believe, meeting and learning, getting some lessons learned, hearing from other PACs that want to expand and all that fun stuff. So definitely, as we have a bit more information to share, we'll pass that along.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So the motion would be that council receive the report of the Chief Administrative Officer for information. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes, all in favor. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Item 7 is our public question and comment period. So here I would like to invite any members of the public that have comments on tonight's agenda to please address council. You'll have up to 2 minutes on any item. We just require your name, please. And if you can let us know which item number you're speaking to, that would help as well. And please turn on the microphone, and when you start speaking, our corporate officer will start the timer.
Good evening. My name is William Wallace and I live in downtown Souk. I'm here to comment on the report that's giving tonight on the zero carbon step code. Sorry, excuse me. The latest CRD report on Souk's emission did not show the trends that most of us had hoped for. After declaring a climate emergency, after dedicating work by the Climate Action Committee, and after expenditures on education and promotion, Souk is still 22.6% above the 2007 level. And our target of 50% reduction by 2030 is nowhere in sight. I understand that this is a tough race on emissions, but it's one that has to be won. The fable of the tortoise and the hare is not an applicable fable here, especially when the tortoise is continually going backwards in the wrong direction. The zero carbon step code is seen as a best practice initiative. Our provincial government has made many voluntary emission reduction directives and gave municipalities the power to implement these strategies, including the zero carbon step code. Many have complied and are showing emission reductions. We all watched the economic, environmental, and social harm that increased emissions caused. I ask myself, are we going in the right direction, and are we asking the right questions? Is it right to burn things that are the major contributor to this situation when energy can be obtained in a cleaner, cost-effective, less polluting way? Is it right to continually build and ask people to live in structures with unconditioned ventilation to air when technology exists to provide healthy indoor environments? Is it right to continually waste energy?
That's 2 minutes.
Pardon me?
That's 2 minutes. You're free to email us if you like to receive the comments.
Let us do us part and give our
Thank you. I'd
community
like
up.
to go to the next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Keith Elliott. I live in Souk, and I want to also speak on behalf of the Zero Carbon Step Code. My interest in this has always been driven by analyzing the greenhouse gas inventory reports that CRD issues, and I analyze them to death, and I was delighted when the new one came up so I could start crunching. One of the problems with the way this is reported is they always show the current analysis 2022, the performance relative to 2007, which is an absolutely stupid way to track things. It does show that we have a reduction overall in greenhouse gas emissions for the community since 2007. But what's important in working ahead toward our goals is to track things, hopefully year by year, but at least every other year, like CRD is doing with a 2-year increment in reports. So what I do is I take the new report that comes out for 2022 and I go back to the 2020 report and I see how we're doing with respect to 2020, because that's what really matters, how much we do from year to year. We have a 7% solution in the climate action plan, which is based on a 7% reduction per year. So you got to watch it per year. If you look at the analysis from this most recent report, which is a numbers that are given from 2007 to 2022, and go back to the 2020 numbers and do a reanalysis from 2020 to 2022 to see how it actually played out in the last increment in time. It looks horrible, okay? One of the reasons why it looks horrible, like for example, the greenhouse gas emissions total increased 11.5% per year from 2020, okay? From 2020 to 2022.
We're at time for you as well. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Can you
Anyway.
email us your comments?
Yeah, well, I will. Yeah, sure, fine.
Council@souk.ca. Thank you. Other speakers tonight?
Susan Belford from Sunny Casinos. I also wrote you a letter, but I'm just going to read the highlights now. Our carbon emissions in Souk have increased about 6,000 tons since 2021. Remember that these keep repeating every year, right? One of the things that we can do, though, to try to bring this down and to salvage our climate action plan would be to focus heavily on reducing emissions from buildings. And the prompt embrace and implementation of level 4 of the zero carbon step code can get us back on track. It's a simple tool for municipalities to use, and it covers carbon emissions from building space heating, water heating, and cooking. There are zero carbon equipment models available for all of those, and they're affordable. When we look at electric heat pumps, for example, they're the best option for space heating. They're better for our pocketbooks, our environment, and our health. When you compare gas boilers to electric heat pumps are 6 to 8 times more energy efficient. And of course, hydroelectric power is decreasing in cost while gas is increasing in cost. Natural gas is methane. Methane is a known health risk. Not only is it a greenhouse gas that is over 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide and can't be absorbed by any natural earth processes, when it leaks, it is like an accelerant for global heating. It's also a known health risk when burned inside for heating or cooking. RNG methane is derived from biological waste, and it carries all the disadvantages of natural gas, as well as a much higher production cost than natural gas, about $20 to $30 dollars per gigajoule compared to 4 gigajoules.
Thank you for the letter that you sent.
I also want to speak in support of the creation of a citizen police dialogue. Thank you. According to this, I have 6 seconds.
Well, actually, you're going into the positive or the other way.
Have I got that right? My name's Veronica Pemberton Billing, and I have gone over time the last 2 times, so I'm going to try and not do that. But I did want to take part of my time to thank you for your work. I'm always trying to get in what I wanted to say, but even though I'm full of complaints, please know I really appreciate what you do, the time and effort that it takes and your commitment to it. So I disagree on many points, but it doesn't take away from how much I appreciate what you do. So now I'm sure I've got 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I'm going to be the odd one out. I'm going to speak against the step code and specifically about banning gas stoves in-house. The letter that I saw I think it's disingenuous. I think it says, you know, all our constituency counts on bold leadership in this. It doesn't represent that there's some controversy over this. I think we need to take our time on step 4 because we're an isolated community. And while definitely it's true that gas stoves do emit things, it's true, it's nowhere near what they say. This is inflammatory language. It does emit things, but so does bleach, dry cleaners, household cleaners. Laser printers are terrible. Mold contributes way more to asthma, as does antibiotics, perfumes, carpets, glues, candles, pets. When you Scotch guard your things, all of these leak into the atmosphere. The thing that makes gas stoves different is they provide a useful function. I was in Montreal during the ice storm when 3.5 million Quebecers were without power during the winter. And it was terrible. Some for a month, we for a week. I and my 2 children moved into a home where there were other families because the mom had a gas stove and a wood fireplace, and we all huddled together in the beds. This is something I think we'll rely on, and I think people need to have choices. And I came home and immediately installed a gas stove, and my kids don't have asthma. And it's the first thing I did moving to Souk here is get a gas stove so that you can be functional in an environment. And I think we need those options. How'd I do?
5 seconds over. Same as the others. All good.
Thank you.
Is there any remaining speakers tonight?
Hi, I'm Paula Johansson. I live in Souk, and I wanted to thank you for considering my request to form a police dialogue. I've sent to Councillor Bateman some alternatives that different communities have for committees in their communities that work for their needs. And if you like, I'll send them on to the rest of council. But I think this is a thing that we can do. If you had questions that you wanted to ask me, I can take them. Otherwise, I'll just let you consider the request.
Thank you very much. Any remaining speakers tonight? The final call? Okay, thank you. Everyone who's commented. So we'll move into our report section tonight. And our first report is from the CRD Board Engagement on Transportation Governance. Oh, sorry, Ms. Temple.
There's a consent
The
agenda.
consent agenda. Forgot the consent agenda. I'm looking at it. Okay, so the recommendation would be that item number 8 be adopted by general consent. That's moved by Councillor, and the correspondence be received and filed accordingly. So it's moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Okay, I'll call a question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So there was just the one item, the correspondence. Okay, now we can move into our report section, which is item 9. 9.1 is the board engagement on transportation governance.
Isn't that always panic when that happens?
That happens. Okay, and if you could please introduce yourself and turn on the microphone, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. Apologies for that awkward entrance. My name is Emily Sinclair, and I am the Senior Manager of Regional and Strategic Planning at the Capital Regional District. I'm joined today by my colleague, Fran Lopez, who is taking some notes on the discussion. And if you have any takeaway questions for me, she's here to make sure that we record them all. So I'm here today to present on transportation governance. I'm going to walk you through the project rationale for this work. I'll then provide some background information about transportation in the region. We'll spend some time discussing how to provide input to the workbook that has been circulated to municipal councils, and then there'll be plenty of time for a next steps discussion and next steps and discussion. I do have a lot of material to cover, and I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. So happy to answer questions if you want me to come back to anything after the presentation. So starting off with the project rationale, we're here today because transportation is a priority for the Capital Regional District Board and for residents across the region. A strategic priority for the 2023-2026 board term is to present options for changes in transportation governance in the region, including consideration of a transportation authority. I'm here today because staff and the board need to hear from the region's local governments, electoral areas, and agency partners partners who deliver transportation services to understand the types of tools and the types of change that you want to see to be able to achieve our shared transportation priorities. So in terms of regional transportation goals, the Capital Regional District Board has set them out in our regional transportation plan, and they were confirmed in 2021. The goals are to ease congestion in the morning and afternoon peak periods. The second goal is to support higher rates of walking, cycling, and transit use. And the third goal is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. Currently, the CRD offers a few things in the realm of transportation. My team in regional and strategic planning is responsible for providing policy, planning, and data work. An example of that work is the recently released 2022 Origin Destination Household Travel Survey. My colleagues in the Regional Parks Division are responsible for operating and maintaining 3 regional trails, the Galloping Goose, the Lochside, and the ENN Regional Trail, as well as a network on Salt Spring Island and Southern Gulf Islands. My team also provides coordination across for staff across the region to ensure consistency in some of the transportation policies that municipalities enact. And then finally, the CRD does play a role in governance. There is a transportation committee. Mayor Tate sits on that transportation committee, and it provides oversight for these items and reports up to the Capital Regional District Board. So moving on to transportation in the region, this slide here talks about transportation governance. You've heard me say this a few times. What does it mean? Governance is fundamentally about decision making. It's about how decisions are made, who is involved, who pays, and who's accountable for implementation. In the CRD, the current governance structure is mode specific, and that's illustrated in the slide up here. Each jurisdiction has responsibility for 1 or 2 modes, and you can see that represented by the orange boxes in this slide. The CRD has very few tools to advance regional transportation priorities. As you can see from this slide, the CRD has responsibility for providing roles on regional trails, but doesn't have tools to support other partners in delivering the services. And the purpose of this engagement is to understand what tools you need as local governments to help achieve our shared transportation priorities. So in terms of how we provide transportation coordination right now, you saw that there were a number of jurisdictions who are responsible for delivering services. That work is coordinated through our regional transportation plan, and it's done in 2 ways, through implementation of the regional multimodal network, which is shown on the map here and in your workbook, as well as through a series of outcome statements. And each of the jurisdictions that we saw on the previous slide have roles to play in helping to achieve this multimodal network. They do it through things like plans and policy, through infrastructure, service delivery, and programming, through land use decisions, as well as through behavior change. Going one step deeper, in 2021, the Capital Regional District Board approved a series of regional transportation priorities, and they're presented here organized by how they're to be implemented. The advocate column indicates services that are delivered by organizations outside of local governments and the Capital Regional District. And so that's where items related to transit and highways sit. The ACT priority is what local governments in the CRD can do either alone or acting together. And the pivot items are meant to represent longer term transportation items. Governance was put on this list in 2021, and here we are in this new board and local government council term focusing on transportation governance. For just a bit of context in terms of regional travel patterns, this slide is taken from our 2022 Origin Destination Household Travel Survey, and it's meant to illustrate how people move around the region. The circles represent trips that happen within subregions. Sooke is within the West Shore subregion, which also includes Langford, Colwood, Metchosin, Highlands, and the Juan de Fuca electoral area. And so we see that the most number of trips are taken in the fairly densely populated core. We also see a lot of trips happening within the West Shore subregion, and then of course happening between those 2 subregions. If we go one level deeper, we also have data on how people are traveling around Sooke. This slide shows the top 5 destinations in the morning for Sooke residents. And so the circle arrow shows that a lot of circulation is happening within the district of Sooke itself. And then the top 5 destinations for travelers are Langford, Colwood, Esquimalt, downtown Victoria, and then out to Saanich East. And so this is really meant to emphasize that people truly do travel across municipal boundaries. And so what I'd like to leave you with here is that residents do expect a high degree of mobility in their everyday lives. This means that they want to live and work across local government boundaries. They want to be able to move easily across the region, and they expect quality service regardless of who's delivering it. So moving on to workbook input. This slide here shows the iterative progression of change that's needed to ultimately arrive at that goal that I mentioned earlier, that strategic objective to consider changes to Transportation Authority. This slide is shown as levels, as the CRD staff and the board do not yet have enough information to scope these levels into proper options that can be developed for analysis and costing. This is where this engagement comes in. My team and the CRD board needs answers to the survey so that we can turn these levels into concepts based on the tools that you need to achieve your transportation priorities. And we need to do that so we can then do that next level of analysis to come up with implications. So walking you through the levels, the first level is really focusing on consolidating transportation service within the Capital Regional District as an organization. The second level is then looking at expanding the authorities that the CRD already has. And then the third level is looking at some type of new authority. All of these things need to be developed in more detail based on the survey responses. And what's important to note here is that the level 1 and level 2 changes, staff believe that this is the type of change that could be achieved this board term, because the mechanism to achieve that change is a service establishment bylaw at the regional district level. Changes in level 3 would require legislative change that the province is responsible for, and that is not possible to achieve this board term. So in terms of who's being engaged, I've mentioned the 13 municipalities, 3 electoral areas, as well as agency partners, and you can see them on the slide here. I'd also like to note that First Nations have been informed of the project and invited to participate, and the scope of the project has been designed so that nations can opt in to a service as they see fit. So in terms of the engagement scope, we are looking to test support for matters where greater regional focus is needed. We're looking to identify decision-making preferences related to matters such as funding, planning, policy, and service delivery. And we're also looking to explore opportunities and constraints related to governance change. What we're not trying to do through this engagement is update the regional transportation plan or make changes to that regional multimodal network map. We're not trying to identify new transportation issues and priorities. And as I mentioned, we're also not trying to amend authorities set out in legislation. In terms of the engagement workbook, you've been provided with an introduction and background information that I'm covering in this presentation, a questionnaire, as well as a glossary of terms. And what you've been asked from the CRD board is that council completes one survey to be submitted with a resolution of council endorsing that response by September 29th. Definitely understand that we're the 25th today. And so we are going to be, we wanted to try to get the most number of responses possible by the 29th. I would assume that you'll probably need a little bit more time, and that's okay, as long as it doesn't bleed too far into October. And what I want to note before I go into the questions is that these questions are really focused and pointed, and that's been done intentionally. And it's been done to avoid the need for too much subjective analysis. If you find yourself going through those questions and feeling like you need to provide a bit of explanation as to why you've come up with an answer, you're welcome to use the open-ended section of the questionnaire to answer that. But we ask that you do so sparingly. The more open-ended responses that my team receives, the more subjective analysis that we need to perform and that the CRD board needs to interpret. And then it's also difficult to truly identify those areas of agreement and disagreement. And we're really focusing on where do we agree so we can build a service that works for folks. So then getting near the end, just in terms of the questions, question 1 is a series of trade-off questions, and it asks what transportation network aspects could benefit from a greater degree of regional focus. And what you're being asked to consider or trade off is whether a local or regional approach to transportation priorities would impact your residents the most. And we're asking these questions for a couple reasons. One is that we are trying to identify where there's areas of agreement and disagreement across the 13 municipalities and 3 electoral areas. And 2 is because my team needs to understand what the preference is so we can develop tools. In this example, the tools needed to achieve sort of local transit servicing is different from the tools needed to build out sort of a regional transit routes from a regional perspective. And so it matters because the types of tools that we would offer would differ depending on the answers. I know that the trade-offs are hard, but if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. And so we are asking you to do some tough work around prioritization. And I thank you in advance for giving that due consideration. The second set of questions, so question 2 is around understanding expectations, and they're being asked as a series of agree or disagree statements. Questions 3 and 4 are about identifying opportunities. And on this one, you can select all that apply or as many as you want to select. And then moving on to questions 5 and 6, we're back to doing a bit of forced ranking. And so we are asking you to rank what's most important for the same reason as the trade-off questions, trying to understand priorities. And then, as I mentioned, question 7 is open-ended for your comments. So just very quickly in terms of next steps, we're here just pretend it's still summer of 2023, where we're seeking engagement from local governments. In the fall, my team will report back to the CRD board on level of consensus. And then looking bigger picture and the long-term timeline, we would be looking at spending 2023 on analysis and options development of those levels, moving into service establishment in 2024. There will be more opportunities for engagement with councils through this period. So this isn't the only time that you'll be able to provide input. In 2025, if all things go according to plan, that's when we would be doing service implementation. And then 2025, 2026, depending on direction, we'd be looking at doing a business case for a full authority, should that be the wish of the board. I do want to note that this is a very aggressive timeline. I recognize that, but that's what we're showing to be able to deliver the work within the board term. What success looks like is that by the end of the board term, we've taken a concrete first step towards addressing transportation governance, and that can be as small as consolidating CRD authorities or as big as extending some of those authorities. And what I do want to leave you with is that we're not the only ones who are grappling with trying to set up a transportation authority. My team did a jurisdictional scan, and what you can see here, the takeaway from this slide is that there's many different ways to set it up. What's most important is that what gets set up works for local governments and works for the people participating in the service. We do not want to create a service or an authority that does not work for local governments. That's what we can learn. And really, that's why we need you to fill out the questionnaire so we can build something that works. And now I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and just for being in the gallery for this to come up. I'm curious, I'm curious on how to approach this, given that it's one workbook or one answer per local government. And I'm looking at, my 6 other colleagues and some staff as well. Is it typically just elected officials that are completing this? Are staff completing it? Is a combination of the two? Are people doing, I was thinking just off do we do a survey monkey and have every counselor weigh in, and then here's where we landed on that? How are they doing this?
Yeah, so through the chair, all of the above. So different councils have chosen to do it different ways. So some of them have done exactly what you said, is that the survey has been designed electronically. So each one of you could complete a copy of the survey and then have staff collate the responses to find areas of agreement and disagreement, and then use a council meeting to talk about where you agree and disagree. Some other councils have approached the perspective of completing the survey to the best of staff, completing the survey to the best of their ability based on policy direction, and then bringing a completed survey forward to council for decision. And that works for some. So as an example, that's what District of Saanich has considered this evening. And then still others looked to their board director to complete the survey and then sort of socialize that with council. And so there isn't a right or wrong way to complete it. If you want to see some examples of completed surveys, as I mentioned, District of Saanich was looking at one that was completed by staff this evening. District of Colwood considered one this evening as well that was done sort of by each council member completes one and it gets collated. And so, yeah, there's many different ways to do it. And I'd say whatever works best for your council would be the thing to do.
Sounds good. Thank you. Questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman, then.
Thanks for that presentation. And I'm curious now, I know this was attempted back in 2018 by the CRD, and it made it a little way down the road and then fell apart. Now, why did it fall apart?
Through the chair. So part of the reason that the feedback that was received was a little bit concerns about loss of authority related to the transportation service. There were also concerns about just the process that was used around how to come up with like how to build that service. And then fundamentally at the end of the day, there just wasn't sufficient council support around the region to be able to vote in favor for the creation of a service.
There's often talk about the cost of the service. Have you reached that stage yet to be able to?
No, through the chair, we haven't been able to do that. We need to understand, we need to do a bit of scoping right now. I could come in front of you. This is how we did it the last time and say, here's a service option. Do you like it or not like it? But we could potentially be doing that for rounds and rounds and rounds. And so by doing this engagement, we're trying to at least scope to a level that we can all agree to, and then come up with a service with the cost options for you to further consider.
So I see the first question we saw here, what are the current regional transportation challenges from the organization's perspective? How local do you want us to go? I mean, we talk Highway 14, of course, but we have matters like BC Transit's decision to remove double deckers from the 61 route and the hardships those impose. Do you want that level of detail?
Through the chair. So what we've tried to do is, especially in that question one, we've tried to break out the questions into sub questions that focus on different aspects of the system. And so you'll see that there's a question about like a broad question about connectivity, which is meant to be taken. I think, I heard some of the conversation earlier today and council was talking about connectivity. And so thinking about it in a broad sense from a regional perspective. And then there's some more detailed questions around traffic flow and congestion. And so we've tried to, focus on those functions so that you can have the option of saying for this thing local, for this thing we'd prefer regional, or you can say we prefer all local. It's really important for us to get our own house in order before we start focusing on regional things, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's just a flavor of what we've been hearing from other councils, but that was the logic behind the way the questionnaire is set out.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was a little bit familiar with this, so that was great. I'm curious about what this is going to look like in terms of rural and urban type of, basically the analysis of the data from the survey. Because you've got some areas, obviously, in the urban areas where the answers are going to be very different from rural. And I'm curious as to whether or not the governance model that you might potentially be considering would actually be weighing those things a little bit further, because at this point in time, when both those needs are actually fighting with each other, it's not necessarily the advantage of anyone, but that is what seems to be happening sometimes.
Through the chair, our analysis will allow us to be able to say on the whole, where are there areas of agreement and disagreement? And then we can look at the numbers in a bit more detail to see if we see those types of patterns developing, whether it's along a rural urban or a sub-regional focus. So in our world, we talk a lot about the West Shore subregion, the core subregion, and the peninsula. And so we will be able to conduct analysis and provide that type of reporting, but we'll have to see the results before I can kind of commit to what that structure will look like. But it's something that's on our mind.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I don't know if you can put question one up there again, but I have a little problem with that because you're asking us to either or, and it's both. I mean, I want regional and I want local transportation. We're dying here is we've got one little bus that runs around that really doesn't do much good of anything. And then we have the main route into town, which is fairly good. So I wouldn't know how to answer that question. So I don't know. Can you put something in between? You're saying a yes or a no, and that's what the next question. It was, you had a degree, right? So I found that a little bit difficult. And of course, the other thing is Councillor Bateman alluded to it. When they put the rapid bus on, they took our double deckers off of this route, and I know people that now take their car because they don't want to stand all the way into Langford and that. So you can take that in your advocacy piece. So I have a little trouble with that first question, but I don't know. I'll do my best.
Through the chair, if I can provide a bit of comfort, you're not the only person who has flagged that. But as I said in the presentation, I think if you look through all the questions, you could easily say, I would like both, but we cannot deliver on all of those things right away. And so we are trying to force a bit of prioritization. What I had said earlier is that if you do get really stuck as a council, and I would not recommend you do this for all the questions, but if there are a couple where you're getting really stuck, we have seen municipalities choose both and then provide a rationale for that in the comments. But I would really encourage you to do that sparingly.
Okay, Councillor McMahon.
If at the end and you're going through all of your savory responses and you're hitting sort of a 50-50 on some of your topics, how are you triaging from there? Are you going off ridership numbers or?
So through the chair, on a 50-50 split, one of the things that that's telling us is that there isn't a large amount of agreement. And so what staff is looking for at this point in time is, are there a few of these questions where across the region there is a high level of agreement? 50-50 doesn't really meet that test. But the reason why we're looking for that agreement is that any type of service establishment requirement needs approval from all the municipalities. And if we're only batting 50-50, someone's going to have to move pretty significantly. And so our threshold for what we would consider to be agreement would be fairly high.
Okay, any other questions? And then so just how this plays out, if I'm not mistaken, usually for a new service to be established, then there's a certain amount of I don't know if it's a weighted vote at the CRD board, or like when it came out the last time, the local governments needed to endorse it. And a certain number of local governments need to endorse it in order for it to happen. And in that case, the vote did not pass in Sooke and others. And then I think it was not enough for the service establishment.
Yeah, through the chair, there's kind of a 2-vote process for service establishment. So at the board level, so with the CRD board directors, it's a 24-member board. There would need to be a vote saying like, yes, we are good with this service establishment bylaw. And I believe, I don't quote me, it's either a 50-50 because it wouldn't be a weighted vote on this one because it's not financial necessarily, like just to get it kickstarted. And then there's 3 options for service establishment. There's a full referendum. That's one option. The second option is approval so council approves on behalf of electorate. And for council to approve on behalf of electorate, we need pretty much like for a full regional service, we'd need close to unanimity. And then the third option for service creation is reverse petition. And so that's when the CRD says if more than 10% of people say no to the service, then it fails. But if you don't meet that threshold, then the service passes. And the point of discussion the last time around was that councils really wanted to have the approval process be through council and not through the reverse petition process. And and you're correct, your worship, that's where it didn't pass.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Sinclair. So for all of us here, in terms of how do we tackle this? So this is where I'm looking for members of council. Do we complete them all individually, have staff collate the answers, and then bring that to an upcoming meeting to see where they all lie? Or Councillor Pearson? Because I don't just going to say, like, I know that as your CRD director, I could fill this out, but I'm really not comfortable doing that without seeing your input into this. Go ahead. Win the microphone.
So I was going to suggest the exact opposite, because we have such a good experience with the transit board member. I think if you have a starting point, because you've got both experience from, being the mayor for 15 years and being on council, but also you have the insight to the transit board, knowing where that sort of sweet spot is, in your opinion, would be valuable to me. I think we could have an in-camera meeting or even a public meeting to go over your answers and maybe sway you if we, or understand your explanation of where you landed. Because I think in the essence of time, we want to get this in and we want to be on time because the governance board is 2025 And that's the interesting part is where that's going to actually get to the governance part. You know, the tactical piece of, you know, double deckers and all that. I think that's less important right now to me for the shooting towards governance. And if we can use your expertise to get us started, I think that would be my suggestion.
Interesting. Counselor McMath?
It's funny because in the essence of time, I'd say the opposite. So I would prefer we set a deadline for tomorrow night or the following night. You do not need to put a lot of time in this individually. We can fill this out, submit it to staff, and then they can compile. And because of course you have all of that experience, but there are different perspectives from different users just sitting around this table. And I think that is incredibly valuable. If we nitpick all the things that you wrote or add things, it's going to be incredibly time consuming in a meeting. So to avoid that, I'd rather just compile and then we can filter after.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor McMath. I'm elected to represent people in Sooke, and I'd like to be part of the process. So I want to be consulted on this. Thank you.
Other thoughts? Counselor Lajeunesse?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I agree with Counselor Beddoes and McMath. I think we each have unique perspectives on this. As I commuted for 30 years, and I always thought that that the CRD should take a regional approach to transportation when we're sort of in a unique position here because we're kind of at the end of the line, but we have to travel through several other municipalities to get from A to B. So I think we each do have our unique perspective. It would be good for us to chime in individually first.
Okay, Counselor St. Pierre?
At this point, it looks like we're going to go one way anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Having said that, I liked Councillor Pearson's suggestion because it gives us a good starting point with some information and it wouldn't stop me from disagreeing and wanting to change it completely. So that's fine.
Yeah, I'll say the same, just full respect to our CRD director and your years of experience. But yeah, I'd like to take a kick at this too. Yeah, we're at the end of the line, as Councillor Lajeunesse says, but the Origin Destination Survey, fascinating, 17,400 internalized trips within our community and only 10,000 there and back daily. So that's a fascinating. So I suggest we all have a look at that report.
One question, go ahead.
So there's a deadline, but you have another deadline. What is the other deadline?
Through the chair, I don't know if you would be able to call a special meeting and get your council resolution by the 29th. It is very important that we have input from everybody before we report out. And so we are trying to herd the last few people to give us at the latest by the 16th of October.
Well, this will work. So no, I appreciate everyone's comment, and certainly as being on the board and on transit, I have one. But I'll say that it's changed over the years. I mean, COVID really took a huge hit on transit, and it's trying to recover now. And rapid bus and all those pieces, the electrification, but it's responding where there's a need. And so when we have one person who's standing versus 20 left behind at a stop, like, where do you think the bus is going to go? Right. And then when the numbers are in the core, that's a challenge for us out here. You know, it's ongoing. So yeah, I think, you know, just in the essence of time, there's an option that's been presented. It'll hit us. It'll have everything completed by the 16th. So we'll meet that deadline. I think it's important for you all to weigh in. And even my perspective on transportation has changed. When I first moved here, I commuted every day. And now I spend a lot of time circulating around Sooke, going to schools, going to the hospital, and all of that. And my trips into the core are not as frequent as they were then. But I have a lot to say about what's happening within town. So it's life happens, you grow and your needs change along with that. So, you know, and anyways, and how many folks are working from home still and others permanently now and others who are back commuting because they want to or have to. So it's different, and night shifts and all of that. It changes things. All right, so we have a motion here, and that'll be that council directs staff to circulate the CRD Transportation Governance Survey to all members of council for input, and that staff bring the collated results to the October 10, 2023 regular council meeting for discussion and council resolution. So just on this, October 10th is coming up on the Monday, but the cutoff for reporting, or pardon me, Tuesday after Thanksgiving, but the cutoff for this report is not the Friday prior. Like, staff would need this like earlier. So let's get a date in there for council to complete the survey. And then if you don't, that's too bad, to quote Councillor McMahon. Well, you gotta fill it out or don't. And yeah, so what would that cutoff be? October 2nd?
October 2nd is a stat.
October 2nd is the stat, so October 3rd, end of day?
Yes, and then if there's any questions that don't have consensus, then that'll at least give me a couple days to connect with council and just let you know kind of where that's landing, so we can be ready for the conversation on the 10th.
Okay, very good. So October 3rd would be your cutoff. You'll get that later this week. It'll give you some time to reflect and finish it off. Okay, so who would like to move this, please? Councillor McMath is moving, Councillor St. Pierre is seconding. Anything further? No. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Sinclair. We'll wish you a safe travel home and we'll see you soon. Okay, so moving on to our next item in today's agenda is item 9.2, Zero Carbon Step Code, presentation by Matt Greeno, Community Energy Specialist from the Capital Regional District. Welcome and thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. So when I did the practice here, it took me like 20 minutes. I'm going to try to blaze through that much faster in the interest of everyone's time. So Zero Carbon Step Code, you guys have probably heard about this. You asked me to present, so presumably you have some background about it. I'm going to try to go, like I say, pretty quick, but go through the brass tacks. Let's see, got a laser beam. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Got them going. Oh, nope, too slow. Okay. There we go. So basically wanted to go over buildings and climate change, the background, overview the regulation, the compliance options, some sample projects. So there are options within this, much like the existing step code, the energy step code. This is the zero carbon step code. So there's a different focus. Talk about that, some sample proposed implementation. So the sample is actually the real, this presentation was a little old. So to say that that's the real implementation schedule that a few municipalities have undertaken and have in bylaw, or at least have intention to do so at the moment. And then grid outages, because that stuff comes up, as well as passive buildings, just to talk about that a little bit. So GHGs, emissions, this is what it comes down to here. Big picture, BC, 12% emissions come from buildings. It's 12% because there's a lot of industry in BC, a lot of fossil fuels that feed into the economy, but it's still a big piece of the pie. Now at a much a denser urban core in Vancouver, you can see it's a substantial number. This is similar in Victoria. But 67 or 57% emissions are from buildings in Vancouver. At the capital region level, it's about 33%. And in Souk, it's 19%. And that's largely as a result of the emissions associated with transportation. And just to highlight quickly that the importance of the work my colleagues doing. To say that what we're talking about here when we talk about the step code, the zero carbon step code, and carbon pollution sources, we're talking about 3 of those items: space heating, hot water, and cooking. When we talk about the major sources, those are the first 2. That's about 99% of the sources of emissions. When you look at a building that's fully full of fossil fuels, when you look at it from the context of full electrification, you would see 100% of the say if you only had a gas stove and everything else was electric, that would be 100%. So it would be different. But to say that the average home in BC is about 5 tons, and that's as a result of primarily natural gas use. This is the equipment. This is the stuff we're talking about. This isn't anything new. Probably some of you have heat pumps. Probably some of you have an induction stove. I don't know, but these are common items. They're technologically mature. They're out there. And the point is that they are getting better. And there's lots of industry people that can install these. This is an example MERB here, multi-unit residential building in Pemberton, 45 units, 3-story development, occupied in March 2020 before this kind of stuff was considered. So there was no zero carbon step code policy when this was implemented, but electric everything. They got electric heat pumps running their hot water. They're quiet. The guy's leaning over there. It's kind of indicative of this. He's leaning over to hear the heat pumps because you don't hear them unless they're right in front of him. To say that this building was built to a high performance and as according to my notes, costs less to build than a minimum code building at the time. Next component here, just a quick note. This is civic facilities. Point here, I don't want to belabor this. This is a New West. This is being designed. It's being built at the moment. I'm going to say that it's similarly built, all electric, with a gravity fed. They're highlighting a gravity fed filtration system to show the low energy aspects of some of the buildings, the things that you can achieve with electricity and with low emission sources. So as to get to this actual regulation itself, as mentioned before, this is not exactly the step code. It's very much related. It is very similar to the step code in the sense that there are levels. And similar to the step code, it is currently optional. It is existing in legislation right now, but it is not like the step code in the sense the step code is applicable now. So you guys adopted step 3 early, and it is not required. So whereas step 3 now is required, the zero carbon step code is not required. So this is an opt-in scenario, much like step code is. Okay, next piece. Oh, the other piece to mention on that, only for new buildings. Don't get this confused as an existing building regulation. Municipalities outside of Vancouver do not have that power. So we're only talking about new buildings. So the reason for the regulation, kind of the origin of it's back to the roadmap to 2030. Stated this statement, all new buildings will be zero carbon by 2030, and then they will use the highest efficiency standards. This is actually where where the existing buildings come in, but don't worry about that. The point here is the origin of the regulation came from this 2021 roadmap to 2030. Excuse me for the dates. I think that's the only thing I really want to get at that point. Now, the next slide illustrates what steps we're talking about here. It's going to go. I'm going to point it over. That's my problem. Okay, I got it. Okay, sweet. So the staggered performance, this is what I'm talking about here. So there's technically 4 levels, but primarily you want to think about it as 3. The actual regulations come moderate, strong, or 0. 0 being, is it pejorative is the term? Basically, there's a mandate, another piece of regulation and policy is that BC Hydro has been ordered basically to approach 0. So there is some diesel in the system, but it's 98% produced by running water. So that's hydropower. So if you get to 100, you'll see this kind of 0 aspect come in. So this is where we get to zero carbon. By 2030, we expect the whole thing to look like 0. That's what we're talking about, 0. So don't get too much into semantics, but to say that moderate level has less performance requirements than strong, and strong has less than 0. The measure only is really only an aspect of data collection. So if you can establish that, that's not required right now, but if you wanted to establish that, that would allow you to collect information on your buildings, the new buildings that are being built. Over there. Yes. Okay. So the different buildings we're talking about, part 9 and part 3. Part 3, complex buildings. Part 9, simple buildings. I drove by some part 3 buildings on the way here. These are apartment buildings, but also include financial institutions, grocery stores, et cetera, et cetera. Part 9 buildings are the simple ones. Those are your single family dwellings, the dwelling you guys discussed earlier tonight. So it's the compliance pathways here. Let's see, where am I at here? Yeah, so just to say part 9 homes here, we're going to talk about part 9 homes briefly. To say that this is what it looks like in terms of the metrics. There's 2 pathways to go here. I don't want to get too much into the details, but to say that You look at 6, 2.5, and 1 in terms of the intensity. This is a way that you take a look at all the emissions, modeled emissions, and then you plot it over top of a building footprint. And then you get whatever the emissions are. How many kilograms per square meter are you using? Is it higher than 6? Is it lower than that? Is it lower than 2.5? You see where the metrics start to measure. Now, on a small building scale, if you're building a really small building, 500 square feet, for example, these metrics actually start to be difficult to meet. So hence why we got the metrics on the left. Those are maximum amounts, and those are easier for smaller buildings to meet. The reason for that is if you imagine someone living in a really small dwelling, they're doing a lot of the same kind of things you'd be doing in a larger dwelling. You're having showers, you're cooking food, you're heating the space, but primarily you're doing most of the same living in a smaller space. So actually your intensity increases as you decrease your footprint, but that's not a bad thing. So that's why they created these metrics. But just to say that's kind of what it is. Yeah, that's all I want to mention there. So as we start talking about this, there's a prescriptive pathway that's potential, but this is more just illustrative for you guys to understand what we're talking about here. When you talk about fossil fuel equipment, this is those 3 components again, to reiterate. And for zero emissions equipment, we're talking about electrifying all these. And this is primarily about electrification. That's the way we should perceive this at this time. That's the only thing, the only pathway to achieve zero carbon and the metrics that we're talking about at the moment. Okay, so when we look at this, moderate effectively is you decarbonize your space hot water, your space heating, not your hot water. If you go to strong, you're decarbonizing your space heating and your hot water. And if you go to zero, you're decarbonizing for all intents and purposes, the space, hot water, and the cooking. Okay. Okay, so this is an example residence. Where is this one at? In Vermeer, thank you. Yeah, it actually even says it right there. I can read a slide too. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. So basically to say that this is a home, all electric hot water, electric heat, electric cooking. They even got a wood stove. That would meet the standards. And this is in Vermeer. This is a different climate zone 6, where it gets much colder than here. We're in climate zone 4, just for reference. Part 3. Similar kind of stuff, except in this case, we don't have the same kind of metrics that you would. You don't have those same intensity metrics because all these are big, complex buildings. There are different requirements for different building occupancies, but that's all I'll say. You get the same kind of metrics. You take the emissions modeled and you have spread it over top of the floor area. And all this stuff is reported through the normal modeling software that you'd be getting as you've already implemented step code. So there's not an additional kind of requirement for the consultants or modelers to use. It's all the same information flowing to your folks in your building department. This is just an example unit. So this one, as you can see here, is indicated here. It's got natural gas, hot water, but it does have decarbonized space heating and decarbonized cooking. So you can see it gets close to meeting that strong mark, but not quite. And that's as a result of some fossil fuel use. Okay, so there's another one where it is all electric. It's in the Okanagan in Kelowna, climate zone 5, far below where you'd expect to see the zero carbon limits at. So very efficient building. So it's fully capable, fully possible to do this. That's the point. Okay, so timelines. We don't exactly know when the province is going to do it, but they've signaled they're going to do it by 2030, and they intend to do it in steps. That's the point here. We do expect them probably go to moderate in 2024, probably go to strong in 2027, but we don't really know. So it's the TBD. This is just to illustrate here. This is an actual process we undertook. So this is based on us. So this is a provincial wide kind of slide deck. Essentially what we did at the CRD is to join up with Saanich Victoria and Central Saanich. We got together, we did a bunch of work, and intention is to create consistency for industry. Industry likes flexibility, but they also really like consistency. If they can see one thing in one municipality, they can do it in the other municipality. That is nice and a great desire of industry. So hence why I'm here late at night trying to tell you about this stuff. I think this is good for everyone, and I think this is good for industry as well. And to say the process was rigorous, there was certainly no technical limitations to implementing even the highest level of the step code. The zero carbon step code is kind of the summary of it, but that the building industry did need time and warning. To say the next slide, there was some warning given to industry. The municipal councils in Saanich and Victoria took this implementation and accelerated it a bit. So whereas we anticipated giving 2 years notice to the building industry for part 9, it ended up being 18 months. And instead of 3 years, I think it ended up being 2 years for part 3. But you can see they're heading to zero carbon along with View Royal by 2023 for part 9 and 2024 for part 3. Okay, so this is a quick one. I'm going to try to, I don't want to belabor too much of this. I can point this way. But to say that outage data is relevant, people are concerned about outages. There's a bunch of information on this slide. I don't want to dig too deep into it, but think about the maximums here. So the average outages do occur and they occur across the region. But when you look at the average span of the outages, they're not for 10 days, they're for hours. In extreme cases, and that's 2018, you can see the number, it's got a little kind of tick on the side because I put a comment there because I was keeping track of info before I pasted this in here. 3 days was the longest time that power was out over the last 10 years. As far as we can tell, that was for one customer, and that was around the most costly windstorm that had ever occurred in BC's history, according to BC Hydro. Most customers and some customers did have their power out for a day, and that happens. But the point I want to drive home here is that it's not actually that much different than the extremes experienced in Victoria and the core. This is the Sooke substation versus the core substation. You see pretty close levels of service, and this is to compare to the islands. Very different. We see extremes there of up to 10 days during the same storm. So outages are real. There's a concern, but they are not the same as some of the other areas of the CRD. So one of the questions is, well, how do buildings perform in outages? And this is just to quickly try to answer that. In some part, this helps answer this. This is a study that came from Oslo. So to keep in mind, this is from Oslo, Norway, and it's an examination of what would happen if the power went out for 4 days in the dead of winter in Oslo. Now their building code, it's a little bit more strict than ours. You can see it about a step 5 home compared to a passive house home. And after about 2 days, the step 5 home-ish, something like that, saw this kind of the heat drop, but it wasn't until about the second day where it started to lose what we call habitability. The building didn't freeze. And this is, again, in the depths of winter in Norway. The building didn't freeze. It became cold after a couple of days. The passive house building, however, never left the habitability zone. And so that building should be expected to be habitable for many more days, potentially. So this is just to underscore the fact that it's not about the fuel choice necessarily, because here's the punchline. Furnaces don't work when the power's out either. So to note that this is, it's not about a fuel choice, it's about how you build the buildings. This is just an infographic about passive house strategies, where you talk about high insulation, good windows, air tightness, thermal breaks. This is the way that our building code is heading right now. And you guys have been informed about that and made a choice about that relative to early adoption of step code. There's also mechanical ventilation, which is included in this, whereby a building is ventilated appropriately, but ventilated to the point where you're actually not losing all the heat to do so. So anyway, that's essentially the presentation. And I'll ask you if you have any questions, and thanks for the time. Oh, look, click to add subtitles, left that in, that's cool. Great.
Thank you very much for the presentation and your time with us. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I have a number of questions and observations. Do you calculate the carbon footprint of all the dams that we have now in the province? And if you look at a topographical map and you see all the flood of the trees that we've taken out, all the low-lying farmland that we've taken out to supply this electricity, people seem to think that it's free and it's carbon free, but it's not. It's at a great deal of sacrifice to get to that point. Is that calculated in there when you're using electricity?
Through your worship, that's a reasonable question. It is accounted for in terms of the protocols around the globe, in terms of how we understand that. Whether you're asking whether we are accounting for on an annual basis of the tree rot that has occurred, is that the question?
No, I just want to demonstrate that there's a cost. I mean, people say that, use hydroelectricity, but there's a cost with using hydroelectricity. And I just want to make it clear that, there's no free lunch here. There's a cost to everything we do. If we use nuclear energy to produce our electricity, it's probably even I don't know. I worked in the nuclear industry a bit. It's probably could be horrendous if there's an accident. So I have a little problem with doing everything electrical in a house in this day and age, and especially in Sooke. You talk about power outages. I often lose my power for days, and you say, well, the furnace doesn't work, but my propane fireplace does work. So, I mean, to me, in this part of the world, it would be a folly not to have an alternate source of heat in a single family dwelling, especially when people are getting older. So I just wanted to draw those to your attention. Maybe I should have asked more of a question. I did ask a question. So there's a number of things here that, you see Invermere. Well, the guy's got a wood stove there. Well, I mean, a wood stove is burning carbon and carbon dioxide in the air. So I'm having a bit of a problem with this. Everything, putting all our eggs in one basket with electricity. And I read an article the other day, and you don't know how truthful they are because you see things fly around, that by 2030, we're at a 15% deficit for hydroelectricity. I don't know if you heard that or not, but my concern is that we have all these buildings going to this zero carbon, and then we don't have an electrical grid that could support it, because 2030 is not that many years away. And I haven't seen anybody running up BC Hydro changing the wires up my street to accommodate for the extra power. I just bring those things to your attention. It does bother me to go to this degree in such a short time. And I'll talk more about this when we get to the letter that Councillor Bateman's bringing out. But I don't know, just probably made your day a little worse, but I do have some concerns about that.
Through your worship, no, not at all. That doesn't concern me. I've heard these concerns before. And in fact, the argument made on behalf of the CRD to the policymakers at the time was that we should allow wood stoves, and that is true. So up on the slide, you'll see that in fact wood stoves are allowed in this as a result of a need for backup in certain communities, including our own, where we observed outages on the islands for more than 10 days. And I can hear you have outages for days, but I mean, I can tell you that I will see that in the stats. So then maybe it was you that had your outage for 3.4 days. But regardless, to say that my point here is that there is allowances for backup systems as part of the zero carbon step code, because those are intended to be outliers. And there's no intention of limiting people's heat in their buildings. It's rather a mechanism by which we can use to limit the amount of fossil fuels we're burning.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you very much.
Councillor St. Pierre, then Councillor McMahon.
I had a couple of questions and maybe a comment or two. One of them was around all of this is actually looking a lot easier than I would have expected. And I imagine that's how the building industry feels, because it's really just about shifting heating systems and which water heater you purchase. So that's not such a big deal. You don't have to change your building techniques. You don't have to put your people through new training. It's relatively straightforward. But I was curious as to whether or not I thought it was actually be more about embodied energy. So for example, the energy that actually goes into the construction materials, how much processing is involved with actually producing them and so on and so forth. Was this zero carbon step code actually going to, for example, push passive heating where you actually use mass instead of using tons of insulation and HVAC systems? Is there any piece of that at all? And that's my first question. Not in the zero carbon step code, though that is being considered by BSSB, the Buildings and Safety Standards branch. That was the first question I think that the industry asked us, like, are we talking about embodied emissions? And they're quite concerned about that because there's a lot of ferment in there, and it's a complicated topic. It's a complicated topic. Okay, so obviously going for the low lying easy fruit, and that's great. That's awesome. Curious about the requirement from the province. So this council felt more or less comfortable with accelerating step just because it was coming anyway. Is that what we can expect with the zero carbon? That is what we have been told. Our anticipation, as mentioned, is 2024. We should see the moderate. Again, this is for the whole province, which has a variety of different climate zones. I think there's 6 of them, maybe 5 of them. Hence why they have to do this. Our region is a little different. It's a little simpler. Hence why I think Victoria and Saanich and View Royal have come to the conclusion that they can accelerate a lot faster. Perfect. And my last question is around passive building. And I'm curious because a lot of the design elements that you were showing your slide were actually higher tech ones, like the HVAC systems, centralized systems, mechanical systems, so on and so forth. I'm aware that you can just build with larger amounts of mass and appropriate, siding on windows and so on and so forth. That'll also give you a passive home. Do you know if the new building codes will actually have some flexibility for those sorts of pieces?
Well, the building code in essence is very flexible because it's performance based as a basis, unless the council has adopted the prescriptive pathway, which is defined by specific building, specific insulation values in the walls, et cetera, et cetera. So it's all about performance. And so from that perspective, I would say yes. Though I can't speak from any experience about designing buildings that have more mass and so are unable to do that. But certainly the idea is behind this, make it as passive as possible.
Okay, so the zero code and all the rest is going to continue on the performance basis as opposed to having being prescriptive, because that could have been a prescriptive model. Like you will now do all of these things, but that's not the intention.
That's correct. It is performance. That is what the executive director of BSSB has said multiple times. Performance is the future. Okay. So I tend to believe him.
Perfect, because that allows industry and individuals to actually pivot and try new things. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time with us here today. Sorry. Okay, I'm just mindful of the time. So can we ask your question then?
Sorry, you recognized me. I have a couple questions. So there is an overwhelming majority of the building community that states that pushing these codes forward has a direct impact to the financial costs. So if that is incorrect, what are you doing to improve your communication with those partners so that there's clarity there? Because I think that's where a big piece of the fear comes from. The second financial concern is if the push is to go solely electric, the one provider is BC Hydro. So they will now have a monopoly on this business. So they would control and they would dictate the price it would be really difficult to regulate. And so there's the alternate sources. You've got your fire and your gas that you're still supporting here, but also from a financial perspective, how are you protecting communities from that?
Yeah, so the second question first, the BCUC is what actually regulates. So BC Hydro is currently they're a monopoly. So is Fortis actually. And so we have the BCUC that regulates prices. That's what protects consumers. That's what we have to look to. And you can look at the details behind that, but yeah, essentially that's kind of the deal. With regard to actually prices associated with the equipment. There's a study from that was fairly rigorous that showed about a 1 and a bit % price increase if you went to air source heat pump hot water tanks, which I don't think you need to even meet the standard, which is the major one. Everyone else is installing. Like if you ask your building industry, it's like they think it's a major impact for them to install air source heat pumps. My word back from industry is that everybody's installing heat pumps anyway. Everybody wants a heat pump. The only people that don't want a heat pump are the people that move from Ontario, or ones that come from Alberta and expect to have natural gas. And that's okay. We have that. That's legal. You do that unless you guys tell them no.
I was also wondering, do you have stats from 1996 and 2006? Because those were significant events that we had here that I think would impact the stats that you have on the slideshow. And then speaking of, would you be able to send us your slideshow as well?
Yeah, you guys have it. But no, I don't have stats from that, those periods. I got that outage data from the last 10 years from our colleagues at Hydro. But to say that with regard to Hydro, they recognize that Souk's at the end of the road and that Souk's developing. And just to note, there's over $1 billion of investment being put in. Hydro is being capitalized. The province does recognize that they're asking Hydro to put more power into everybody's buildings, to do vehicles, to do homes. And so this investment will inevitably benefit us all. And so while I totally understand concerns and even doubts, the investment is there, and the grid, according to my colleagues at Hydro, will be needed when you will be there when you need it.
So they have preset plans based on the increase in usage to increase their infrastructure?
That is correct.
Okay, and then I think Councillor Beddoes was touching on, they're also including what their contribution to these emissions are from those developments as well?
Yes, so there are no unicorns in terms of energy emissions. So energy has impacts. It's a relative impact, whether you dig something out of the ground and burn sequestered carbon, or whether you use the sun, which moves water or creates heat, which we can capture via other technology. Those are our options. Nuclear is also an option. There's a variety of them, but they are more or less emitting.
Yeah, sorry, we're not looking for a unicorn. It's just that we are the ones that have to communicate these to our constituents. And so to have those answers with us, then we can justify why we push a step forward or we don't. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just have a quick
briefly.
comment. Thank you, Matt, for Mr. Greeno for coming out tonight. You know, I made this request and we now have a baseline for further discussion. So thank you very much. Good investment in our climate action service. Appreciate that. I had a quick question now with this JDF, which you brought forward the recommendation to go to strong carbon level 3. Now, could you explain why you chose level 3 as opposed to the zero carbon?
Yeah, it was partly in result of a conversation with consultations with industry, and indicating that particularly in JDF and in that in Port Renfrew, where there's a lot of like hotel developments, kind of like rentals kind of thing like that, that if the power goes out, the customers kind of find it kitschy and interesting, but they want to be able to cook. And so we don't quite understand how to make up like a better battery backup work. It's not quite clear about how that would work relative to those scenarios. So for the interim, we said this is a reasonable step forward. At that time, we did assume that Victoria and Sanitary moving that same way. So we felt like we were within that harmonization. So we've since moved away from there, and it's put pressure on us to understand and investigate that at this point.
Okay. And finally, so 2030, the province, should it remain the NDP government, will follow through on Clean BC and make this a mandatory requirement, zero carbon. And it's our option as a municipality to choose a step or just wait for the province to dictate to us. Yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time with us today, and safe trip back to wherever your home is. Okay. Thank you. Okay, on to 9.3, please.
Just in the interest of time, if it's all right with council, I'll field any questions with the report. It's primarily a statistical update for the second quarter with our stats. That's not to overshadow the work that's been undertaken with the official community plan review and a few of the other larger developments that council has since made decisions on. But I know there's a number of other reports, as well as the community economic development quarterly update as well. So I'll field questions otherwise. But that's all I have to add at this time.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your report, Mr. Palau. We can see from the statistical data that you're quite busy with a very small staff complement. Just a suggestion, I don't know if it's necessary or not, is maybe when you include the work you're doing, you could also indicate how many FTEs are involved in carrying out that work. Sometimes you've had, there's the two of you versus 5. And so to carry the same number of processes I'm losing my train of thought here, to carry the same weight of applications with a smaller complement and the same load, it might just reflect, when people talk about the delays, it's like, well, this is how busy we are. And this is the number of people, humans that are delivering this work.
Absolutely. And that's why we wanted to say in the planning side, we're working at 50% of our normal staff contingency. And then on the building side, we have 3 positions, but only 1 building official permanently in the office working and another one just on contract 1 day a week. So essentially just a little bit over a third of our building capacity.
Thanks for all you're doing. It's ever getting more and more complex too. So appreciate what you're doing there. Questions from members of council? Councillor Bateman?
Just quick comment, and the quick comment that it would be great to see the number of anticipated housing or housing units or housing starts we might be anticipating over a unpredictable horizon. But we have, as I've calculated, that about 800 units are approved for construction, perhaps pending building permits. But wouldn't that be a useful metric for these quarterly reports?
It would be useful if the subsequent building permits were applied for in a reasonable amount of time following development permit approval. As we've seen, there's been a couple of developments that were approved last year of substantial size that have yet to submit building permits. And I would hate for that assumption to be confused with, where did this information go? Why was this not started? I can certainly report on development permits that I've provided for approvals of number of units, but it really comes down to the building permit size, and that's what's reported as new dwelling units under the building stats.
Okay. More metrics, that's all.
Okay, so the motion would be that council receive the planning and development quarterly report, April to June 2023 for information. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, 9.4, Community Economic Development Quarterly Report, July to September. Oh, do I have to?
Sorry, you have to point it towards Sarah.
All righty. I'm going to go through this quite quickly. Before we go into the municipal regional district tax, I was going to do a very quick update on activities that fall within the CED portfolio, Community Economic Development. Basically, my work focuses on 3 pillars: tourism development, small business, medium business development, and social economy capacity building. So within those pillars, I'll just break it down. Doing a lot of work on the tourism development and building the visitor economy. Right now, we're working with Metchosin right through to Port Renfrew on developing a regional tourism destination marketing plan or management plan. We received support from Destination BC. They provided us a professional consultant to carry out that work, and
It is anticipated that that regional plan will be available by the end of March of 2024. That is very much needed before we can even step forward to look at going forward with the MRDT application. So very important. There has been work started on the MRDT application. We have contracted with 4BI, Kayla Matthew, to carry out the process. He has already started on it, and he is starting the engagement process. He's meeting with various, well, we met with Machosen. We did a presentation to Machosen. Council received it very well. But they're at the beginning stages. They've never even had a tourism plan in the past. And they certainly haven't really entertained the MRDT because they don't have a tourism plan. They have an industry, but they had nothing to support that. So they realize now that they can't stop the visitors from coming, and they want them to come because it supports their economy as well. So having a plan and looking at the MRDT as a funding source for continuing to grow tourism in Machosen is important to them. Equally as it is important for Sooke. We cannot grow our industry and sustain our tourism industry without dedicated resource funding. We need to know where that's coming from. We can't depend on the government's federally and provincially all the time, or municipally, to dedicate dollars to grow that industry. It has to be more money. So there are options out there, and the municipal regional development tax, and God, I hate that name. I prefer to call it a user fee. That is one option that is very realistic. It's been around since 1987. And it's been very much successful for those communities that have collected it so far. There has been some changes recently, and I'll go into that. The other area I'm working on within the tourism development side is to try and grow our film industry, or the attraction of more film production in the area. We haven't done a great job of dedicating a web page to attract more filming and to provide the information that film production. I'm sorry, I've had a bit of a speech impairment in the last couple of weeks. We haven't done a lot to give information to the film production company. So that's what we're building between myself and communications. And that's going to help to grow that industry as well. The second pillar I work on quite closely is working with small and medium businesses. I have approached the Sooke Women in Business Network. I now have 5. I'm not going to call them clients because they're not clients. It's my job to help support them, to give them advice, to show them access to certain information they require. So from the very first meeting with probably 11 people attending, I got half of them coming into the office seeking support and help. And that's exactly what it should be doing, is helping to grow those businesses. Also working on the business retention and expansion. The reason how I'm doing that is through a collaboration of stakeholders. We are looking at hopefully developing a Sooke regional business service cooperative. And that would be again to support small and medium-sized businesses and attaching them to support services and loans through other types of organizations, such as Women's Enterprise BC, such as Futurepreneurs. They all have various loan programs. A lot of people don't know about that. So again, it's just being a pathfinder, helping businesses connect. On the social economic side, working quite closely with Royal Roads University on 2 projects. Christine Bosse and myself just finished presenting this afternoon to 24 students at Royal Roads that are working on a project with us, and that's to flesh out from the District of Souk's request of a report for food security that Christine Bossy did in 2021. They brought it down to a couple of recommendations, a couple of initiatives. The students are going to be working on identifying a few of those and building plans around it. So that'll be very helpful to the District of Souk in moving forward on food security planning. So my Q4 focus is to continue to work in partnership with the Wanda area from a chosen right through to Port Renfrew, and hopefully successfully launch a Wanda destination management tourism plan, because regional is the way we have to go. We can't be silos. And continue to align the CED activities with the District of Souk's approved plans, making sure that our strategies align with the climate action and other plans that we have in place. So when I look at the end of this year, which will be my first year in the position, where I see my key performance indicators would be the result of how many new funding and support service agreements do we have in place? How many grants have we secured? How many new CED partnerships have we developed and agreements in place? And how many small and medium enterprises we have supported year over year? Those are my key performances. So let's go right into the MRGT. I prefer to, it started out in 1987 called the hotel tax. Don't know what year they changed it to municipal regional district tax. It truly is a user fee. And that's exactly what it should be called. The minute you call it a tax, people go a little crazy. In most of Europe, they've been collecting user fees from visitors for years and years and years, because it offsets the cost of having visitors to your area. The fees support the growth and management of tourism, and it now supports affordable housing. And that's only been since 2018. Change was made to the policy where a certain percentage of the collection fee can go to housing for affordability. And I'll go over that in another slide. Currently, most places throughout BC do collect, and so do most places on Vancouver Island. Well, we are one of the very few areas that does not collect it. It requires a 50+1 vote or 50% plus one support from accommodators within our area before an application can be submitted. There's a whole process that has to go through to submit an application, and it can take up to 2 years. With 4BI working with us on this, he anticipates we could potentially have most of the steps in place by December. I think that's a bit ambitious. I'm not sure that that's going to happen because number one, you can't even submit the application until we actually have the tourism plan to support it. So there's a fixed fee of 2%. It can go up to 3% these days. What some of the communities are doing is asking to increase from 2% to 3%. And that extra 1%, 0.8 of that 1% can go towards affordable housing. And in a perfect example of this, why affordable housing is so important, Cortez Island just this year was approved to start collecting the MRGT, but they decided as council and citizens to go with 3% right up to the top and put that all towards affordable housing. And the reason for that likely is because they cannot attract hospitality workers because there's no place to live on the island. So they see the opportunity to build the housing, and then they've got the opportunity to bring in the hospitality workers. It's an MRGT, once you've been approved, and it's reviewed every 5 years. And the renewal does require local government and accommodation sector support. The way it works is the accommodator puts the tax onto the bill and is remitted then to the province. The province then takes a portion of it, very small portion, and then sends it down to a designated accountable organization. And generally speaking, that's either a established destination marketing management organization or a municipality or regional district. The remainder, let's see. So what's can the MRGT be eligible for? It can be for marketing and promotion of tourism, destination management, such as developing new tourism products, signage, trails, research, ambassador programs, strategic planning, from a visitor information center operations that provide maps, guides, staffing, office expenses. Affordable housing we talked about, and that's research and development, planning, construction, and management. Just as of this year, the MRGT policy has changed again. So they've allowed for what is called a major event hosting. For example, Vancouver has won the bid to have the FIFA 2026 international event. That costs money, just like the 2010 tours Olympics cost. And when I'm not sure how many years prior to the Olympics it was, but Vancouver got approval to start collecting a 4% tax so that they could afford the Olympics. But it's time limited. Once the event is over, then they no longer collect that extra amount of money. The same thing applies to this major event tax through the MRGT. So again, it's limited time and only for major international events. Let's see what else. So the key success factors are basically local oversight of the MRGT spend and strategy with diversified partners. Has to be transparent. The government has systems in place for when they do get reports on how much money is collected, they're able to see if there's variances. And if there's really strong variances that don't make any sense, they're able to go back and say, can you explain this? So there is a system in place. You have to have a strong local government to support it. And clearly defined MRGT boundaries and support of industry. We are not going to be successful unless we broaden our scope. And that's why we're interested in working with a chosen right up to Port Renfrew, because without all of the accommodators in that whole area, we probably won't be successful in going forward with the MRT approval. We can do the application, we can submit the application, but we may not be successful. We need a well-recognized organization to manage the MRGT locally. And through conversations with Metchosin and Port Renfrew, it's being determined that Sooke being the center of those two or the three areas, that it would be the district of Sooke could be the accountable organization to manage the money if it's approved. So the benefits, it provides a reliable and consistent performance-based funding to communities The funds can be used to manage tourism in a community with a focus on maximizing industry benefits and mitigating industry challenges. It provides demonstrated support for tourism business growth, revenues, and it creates more year-round employment opportunities. Affordable housing enables communities to invest in affordable housing initiatives with opportunities to leverage more funds. Having 4BI carry this out for us is that there are not-for-profit organization dedicated to the development of tourism. We do not have the capacity just within Sooke having one person in the CED office to carry that out. We can't ask CERTA to do it because number one, they could certainly work with us to help pull a lot of the information together, but they don't have the capacity either. They don't have any dedicated staff or paid staff. So we're at a position where we need, first of all, to get that big overarching regional plan. And I'm looking forward to seeing that be developed and then being able to walk it through with the MRDT application, move it up towards to the government and then seek approval. We are going to have some accommodators in our region that are not going to support it. They've already told me so. Articles have appeared in the paper recently. I've fielded a lot of calls, not a lot, but enough that are against it. And they have their reasons for being against it, and that's fine. But what we require is 50+1. And if we got the 50+1, we can go forward. What I think what's disturbing some of the accommodators is that there was a change in MRDT policy a few years back where they're now saying and accommodators that have 4+1 rooms, they can vote whether or not they support the MRDT or not. And if there's enough votes from those accommodators that have 4+1 rooms, it can go through, but it means anybody with less than 4 rooms didn't get a vote. They're just told you're going to have to collect. And so that's what's causing some of the issues. And I think we'll just have to work our way through it. I can't say it's a done deal. I can't say it's a guaranteed way that we're going to find funding to grow our tourism industry, but the option to do nothing is not attractive. We can't stay status quo. We have to look at our future and we have to look at what drives our economy. And the Wanda-Fuca Strait from Metchosin to Port Renfrew has huge tourism opportunity for our region. So that's what I'm presenting tonight. And I have a tremendous amount of additional information that I can provide to you. If you have further questions, please don't hesitate to give me a call, come to my office. I can provide you as much as I can. There's a very good site through Destination BC that provides more answers to more questions than you possibly imagine. And it does touch on all the changes that have taken place since 2087. But what's confusing me is that the calls I'm fielding, they seem to think it's a new tax. It's been around since 1987. It's not new. The only thing brand new is this major events taxing opportunity, and that's only a time limited thing. So is there any questions?
Yes, I believe we have some. Councillor McMath, please.
If the MRDT was successful at a 3% approval, what is the amount of revenue that the District of Sooke would see from that?
Well, that's hard to tell because it's all depending on how much each accommodator is charging for a room per night. So you're looking at your 3% on top of whatever that room rate is for how many days they operate throughout a year. We don't have nearly the amount of rooms or accommodation rooms such as Osoyoos, for example, where I was. In Osoyoos, there's about 5 major resorts.
Sorry, because where I'm going with this is because there is misinformation being spread and it's a bit fear mongering. And it is from someone who used to be a politician who is now getting quite vocal. The problem is that the community deserves to know in clarity what we plan to do with the MRDT, which one of the pieces being said is that it will just go to affordable housing, which is incorrect. So the other portion that the community needs to know is, should we approve the MRDT? It is not for anyone that lives in Sooke. It is just for visitors, user fee. And if they knew the dollar amount that they were missing and had been missing since incorporation, that would be a significant, you'd see a significant turn in the acceptance of this premise. The other question was, what are our plans to combat the spread of that misinformation and to get ahead of those pieces?
I am I'll start with the first one.
Yeah.
4VI is starting the process, and there's many steps to putting together an application for an MRDT. We do not know how many accommodators we have at this point. So I can't tell you how many dollars that might generate. We have to do the homework. We have to do the engagement. We have to meet with the accommodators. We have to collect all that information. We have to know how many accommodators we're dealing with. Not all of them report. And that's another issue. So we will do our best to determine what is the market out there. Get that information. We're going to hold in, I think it's 4 different engagement sessions with the accommodators and share all that information. We will not take anything forward as a submission until we have had those conversations with the industry stakeholders and they know exactly what's going on and what does it mean in dollars. How much we've lost over the years. We might be able to take a roundabout guess at how many dollars we've lost over the years. But again, that depends on how many accommodators you had. Some have fallen off, some have come on. So all of that has to be done. Now, the other part of it, to deal with Mr. Wicks, or Hicks, is it L. Hicks, I believe it is. He has contacted me. We've been in phone conversations. I responded to all of his questions that he has asked me. I have another article going into the paper on Thursday to explain what all the steps are in order to move forward on the application process for MRDT. It lays it all out. There's about 18 steps involved in this. So once we go through those steps and collect all the information and share all that information with the stakeholders, I believe they will be well informed. They'll be able to make their decision whether they support it or not.
Mm-hmm. Before we go to engagement, can you pull from resources like VRBO and Airbnb, and then people that have already taken business licenses out, so that you can have those before you start those conversations?
Yes, we have the ability through 4VI and the province to be able to pull the records of what they have, because these businesses pay PST.
Mm-hmm.
And because they pay PST, they're on record. Yeah. So we know how many accommodators have been paying into the PST. So we know how many we have as a listing to start with.
Yeah, I think it would be such a powerful resource to wield, where it's 75 grand a year is what Sooke could be pulling in. And we would put that towards tourism. And then so over the last 10 years, that's a lot of money for this district that doesn't have money to put into one of its biggest economic drivers. My other question. Oh, do you have any statistics? Because one of the concerns in the misinformation is that the MRDT 3% fee, user fee, will dissuade people from staying. But as you know, the majority of surrounding communities, Suk is just one of the only ones that's left that doesn't have it. Do you have, are you able to reach out to those neighboring municipalities and just get some statistics on how it has impacted vacancy for those providers?
Yes, we can provide that right now.
Perfect. Let's hear it.
Yeah. The truth is, it has not negatively impacted visitation, because visitors are used to paying quite a few taxes when they go and take out a hotel room or a B&B, whatever. And they don't even see that extra 2% on there, because they know they're paying an 8% hotel tax and paying this and paying that. And it can total up to almost 12% at some points. You're so used to paying it that you don't, my feedback is they don't even notice it. It's not going to stop visitation. It just never impacted it negatively. What it has done, it has definitely improved the situation. They're being able to provide extra services and extra supports for tourism to help it grow.
I'd love to see it too, as well, from their initiation to if there is an increase in their bookings as well, because of the MRDT being reinvested in those communities.
I will make sure when we go through the steps, and these will be things that I know they're gonna, the accommodators will ask us, and it is 4VI or Calum Matthews responsibility to collect all that, but I'll be right behind them saying, okay, I want this, I want that. I heard from council, they want this, they want to know. And I'm a very, very collaborative person and transparent person. And I know that these people want to know this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions on the governance. There's reading the letters of protest seems to be a concern around the people with 3 or less. In the governance. Who made that decision, and where does that decision lay to not have them vote?
That was made at the provincial level. Destination BC is actually the Ministry of Tourism.
Correct.
Okay, and it was the province in collaboration with Destination BC and the BC Hospitality Association collaborated on this to decide when they wanted to start asking B&Bs, Airbnbs, stay vacation homes to start contributing, because at one time they never did. It was just hotels, resorts, that sort of thing. And they knew that they were missing a lot more money by not collecting tax from the Airbnbs, because they were becoming very popular. So the decision was made, and I don't honestly have an answer why they set it at 4+ rooms. And I always thought it was curious that they were the only ones that got to vote. But that is policy, that's the way it's written. And so if there's enough with 4+ rooms that vote yes, let's go for it. Anybody with less than 4 has to go along with it. They don't have a say. That doesn't really seem fair, but it's the way they put it out.
Okay, and then I just have one other question. So somebody has the number because it's 50 plus 1, 50% plus 1. And the boundaries are the Wandafuk electoral area, Metchosin and Suk. Is that what I'm to understand?
When we were having the discussion with 4VI about wanting to explore collecting the MRDT, it was clear that if we didn't broaden our scope, we could just focus on Suk alone. We weren't going to win if we only focused on Suk. So we started looking at Metchosin right up to Port Renfrew. Port Renfrew definitely wants to be part of it. Metchosin's got a learning curve ahead of them. But when I met with South Island Prosperity Partnership and Indigenous Prosperity Partnership Center and have the discussion with them about the territory, the boundary. They said, don't leave out any of those First Nations. We want it to go from Beecher Bay all the way up to Pashidan. And we should, and we will. And it'll include all the small communities in between. So with that type of region or that breadth of a region, it's very possible that we will have enough.
Okay, and then so the mathematical answer is, how do we know what 50 plus 1 is?
I don't know yet. I have to work with Caleb on that one. And
Okay.
I really don't know what 50 plus 1 is yet, because I don't know how many accommodators there are in Metchosin. I know that Port Renfrew keeps adding more and more accommodators all the time. So those are the very first initial steps we have to try and figure out what is the 50 plus 1.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councillor Lajeunesse?
Not really a question, but just a comment, really. Are we gonna get a chance for comments?
Well, others have commented, so I'll allow this.
Okay. No, I just want to thank Ms. Scott for the work that she's done on this. I know it's been extensive and a lot of other things that she's been working on, because I have talked to her, and I've been on economic development committees in Souk since 2007, I think, and every single one of them, we have talked about implementing this MRDT tax, as it's now called, because we need some administrative capacity to carry through all the great ideas that we talked about over the years. And I'm just happy to see that it's finally maybe gonna happen.
Well, we have a good shot at it, is the way I'm looking at it, because we've run the region. The other piece that's happening because of the work we're doing, we've now attracted the support of Pacifican. They've reached out to us to tell us about the new tourism funding that's coming down. And they specifically asked if we could identify a couple of new tourism products that could be delivered across that region. And they would potentially, if the proposal is accepted, we could receive additional funding for that. So it's building momentum is what it's doing. It's involving a lot more partners. And because it is involving a lot more partners, it's receiving a lot more support at the government levels.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your work on this and your report, Ms. Scott. As Councillor Lajeunesse has indicated, this has been a conversation that's been ongoing for decades. As I understand it, when the last Souk to Port Renfrew tourism plan was created, it didn't advance to a vote, so it stopped. And then there's been sort of here and there over the years, there's been attempts, but it's mainly hardworking volunteers that are trying to push something, and then, you know, life changes and the momentum is lost. What would be interesting, I think, what we could provide is factually how much we councils have endorsed in spending over the years, whether that's to CERTA or to other different events, museum funding, the visitor center and the like. It's all been through household property taxes for all of these things. When the hotel first broke ground in Souk and the partnering agreement was in place, there was indication of advancing a hotel tax then. That was something that the Prestige Resort was surprised that didn't exist at the time. And in that time of the partnering agreement, it was to develop a plan to do X so that we could have a fund to fund conferences and attract events and so forth. And then it didn't gain momentum because there was no capacity to deliver. So I think it's important that we do this work and see where it lands, take it through to the vote, and actually carry through, as opposed to, oh no, we're going to stop here. It needs to just run its cycle now and see where it lands and go from there. So thank you for your work and seeing this through, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so the recommendation today is that council receive the Community Economic Development Quarterly Report, July to September 2023 for information, and that council receive the MRDT Regional Tourism Destination Plan process for information. Moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor Bateman. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, item 9.6, septic system maintenance program.
Hello. My name is Paul Bohemia. I'm the manager of wastewater services. Sorry, I can't be in attendance this evening. I'm out of town. But I'm here to make.
You're on mute, actually.
Oh, really?
Oh, not anymore. Now you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Sorry for not being able to be present this evening, but I'm here to make a recommendation that council direct staff to write a letter of support for joining the CRD bylaw 3479 for on-site for on-site septic system management. For you to make an informed decision, allow me to proceed with the presentation followed by your questions if you have any. So while we're all here tonight, let's talk about the on-site septic management. So what is an on-site septic management? Well, it's a on-site septic management program refers to a structured set of practices and guidelines and procedures implemented to effectively manage and maintain septic systems installed on individual properties. The program aims to ensure the proper functioning, longevity, and environmental sustainability of septic systems while protecting public health. If we could proceed to the next slide, please. So why Sooke requires an on-site management program. The District of Sooke's liquid waste management plan contains a commitment by the district to implement a regulated maintenance program for on-site septic systems within the district. Also, it is required by the ministry for the operational certificate for the wastewater treatment plant, since we had made those commitments in the liquid waste management program. Also, as of 2005, a change in provincial legislation requires that new septic systems are inspected and maintained, which requires the implementation of a management program for the individual owners. This new legislation falls under the Public Health Act, which would be governed by the jurisdiction of the Vancouver Island Health Authority, and the provincial sewage system regulations, which would fall under the Ministry of Environment. So what is required? There are many requirements outlined in the liquid waste management plan. We had committed to developing develop permit conditions and reporting requirements, mailing licenses, development of corrections orders, and receiving payments, maintaining files and databases, carrying out or contracting out inspections, enforcing compliance, renewing permits, and create and implement a public education program. The most effective way to achieve these requirements is for the District of Sooke to join bylaw 3479, which, can you go to the next slide, please? Which we can discuss on the following slide. The District of Sooke, the Capital Regional District, in cooperation with participating municipalities, implemented bylaw 3479 in response to provincial government sewage regulations. This bylaw ensures maintenance on the region's systems, which will help to prevent a public health risk and environmental degradation associated with poorly maintained on-site septic systems. In general, at a minimum, an owner of an on-site sewage system would be required to have their septic systems maintained once every 5 years, commencing in 2024. Next slide, please. There are many benefits to joining the CRD bylaw 3479. The first would be it would support the commitment to the Ministry of Environment for implementation of regulatory management programs for on-site sewage systems. And it would also bring us into compliance with the operational certificate application that's currently underway. There's a public education program to assist homeowners with proper care and maintenance regimes for their on-site treatment systems. Pump out records are automatically reported and tracked through the CRD at the disposal facility, and this would help with tracking for residents when maintenance is due, and also reduce illegal dumping within the district. Can we please go to the next slide? Cost sharing incentives are also offered in this program. The CRD will share the cost of a maintenance assessment by paying for 75% of that assessment up to a maximum of $500. If maintenance and repairs are recommended, the CRD will pay 100% of the cost of the maintenance assessment up to a maximum of $700. The bylaw ensures regular maintenance of our region systems, which will help prevent a public health risk and environmental degradation associated with poorly maintained on-site systems. And there are no additional staffing requirements from the District of Sooke to implement this program. There are many benefits, but there's also a cost to join this program. Currently, the current septic inventory within the District of Sooke is 2,174 properties. The cost per on-site system annually is $18.14 in 2023 pricing. There's an annual increase on this fee of 3.5%, which is shown below in the following years, so 2024 to 2027. The fees to be collected from on-site owners would be through a District of Sooke parcel tax is how they'd be collected. And next slide, please. If the motion is supported, the next steps would be the CRD requires a letter from council or the CAO requesting that the District of Sooke join the CRD 3479 bylaw. If joining is supported, the bylaw would take effect January 1st, 2024, with residents having to have their systems maintained at least once by January 1st, 2029. And the District of Sooke and the CRD would work together to inform on-site owners of a new bylaw and the requirements on them. And we can move, well, there are no more slides, but we can move to if you guys have any questions or concerns that you would like to ask me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ballmeyer, for joining us virtually for this septic presentation. I didn't realize we had that many. That's interesting.
Yes.
Questions from members of council? Councillor Beddoes, then Pearson.
Okay.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a few questions. Who's qualified to do the inspections?
Actually, that would fall under the registered on-site wastewater professionals. And there's a list in the information I package that I provided as part of the program. So they would give you a list of links to people who can do the assessments for you.
So the homeowner can't do it with a checklist and submit it?
No, they can't. And then those maintenance assessments are also provided to the Vancouver Island Health Authority, and then to meet their regulations.
So I noticed that there's different types of septic systems, of course, and like mine is a gravity fed. And I was reading through the literature, and it says, you know, how often you should have it pumped out depends on how many people in your home, how big is your tank. And so how would I determine that?
That would actually be decided by the registered on-site wastewater professional when they do the assessment, and they would talk with the homeowners and they would discuss kind of the use. Like they can even extend past 5 years. Like 5 years is kind of how they set up the bylaw. But if say it's like a snowbird who's only here a couple months out of the year living by themselves, they've actually pushed some of those maintenance assessments to over 10 years. So it would be like your use and the amount of people and the square footage and bathrooms during the assessment that they would discuss with you. That would help you decide.
So that's coming from the CRD. Is the province mandating by 2029 that all would happen?
No, it was actually mandated in 2005 to have these programs in place. And the District of Sooke had made a commitment that in 2011, we would start the process.
2005, I've never seen anything that says about getting it inspected.
Yeah, well, that's because we weren't part, because Vancouver Island Health Authority had come up with it, and then they don't have the staff to implement these programs. So then these programs kind of fall on the municipalities to aid with implementing them.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Pearson, then McMath.
Thank you for the presentation. So got 2,174 houses.
It's actually, so it would be septic systems. So sometimes you'll have 2 to 3 houses on one system.
And you're
Like,
gonna
if
be
you're
able
on
to do this with existing staffing, that's 400 a year. A little over,
This would be CRD staff. This would be a CRD service. So that's why it would not be our staff that would
Yeah.
run.
Correct. Yeah, it would be, the CRD would take hold of the entire program and we would just pay, to give you an idea, the cost for I have it written here, hold on, the cost for the 2024, if we were to implement it, would just be over $40,000 for the entire system to be overseen.
okay. So one of the things that, so every 5 years, they're gonna pump out 2,174 septic tanks.
Mhm.
And 2,174 septic tanks are all gonna go by truck into Langford, and they're gonna pay cents a liter or whatever it is,
Yeah,
somewhere in that neighborhood, right?
correct. And that's actually where they go currently. Like there is no receiving depot within Souk.
On it currently. And what opportunities are we building into our facility to get that revenue coming to us as a revenue stream? I've asked you this question before, and you said it was due to the size of our plant. Now we're expanding our plant,
Yeah.
able to take these from Souk to Souk to be treated.
It's partially due to the size of our plant, but it would also be the style of plant that we have. Like our plant isn't designed to process septic loads of sewage just because of the concentration, and it can be. We work with bacteria that works in an aerobic atmosphere. So when you would get a septic load coming in like this, it can actually kill some of the tanks, and that's what we've been seeing at the plant. So if people are dumping illegally in town, we can see on the dissolved oxygen sensors at the plant at night when they do come in, that it is very tough for us to treat. Our plant is not designed to treat septic loads at this concentration.
And is that the size of that's due to the size of our plant?
Size and style. The treatment style that we do is for house effluent and not concentrated sewage that you would get from a septic field. That's better handled in Langford at I believe it's SPL that handles it.
When I was in Nanaimo, I toured the Nanaimo regional facility, and they generate an enormous amount of revenue. And they have a couple of dumping stations that go as far up as Parksville, actually.
Yeah.
And they do that. They said, and I'm not a sewer expert, but they said that it is a good generator. So what would it cost us? Because if you think about 500 loads of that leaving, not only that, what would it cost to change our style of our plant? Is there any kind of ballpark figure? Is it
I wouldn't be able to give you a number on that. I'd have to look more into it. But from what I understand, the style of our plant is not designed to treat this effluent.
Okay.
For the concentration that it is.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor McMath?
What's the downside? We haven't done it since 2005. So what's the downside of not starting now?
We aren't the only municipality that hasn't done it. I know that there's 2 other South Island municipalities tonight making the same presentations. We do face, we could face losing our operational certificate from the Ministry of Environment for the treatment plant, and that's due to us not following the plans we had made in the liquid waste management plan. So we could, but I doubt we would lose it, but it would be one of the issues that we will have by not implementing this is there is no regulatory governing body over top of the septic systems within Souk. So if they are failing, there's no way for us to know.
But if someone's own septic field is failing, that is solely on them.
It is on them, but it's also, they have to follow the regulations that the Vancouver Island Authority have set forward in the provincial, that fall under the Public Health Act and the provincial sewage regulations. So when you're an on-site owner, you're also responsible for maintaining your system.
Yeah,
So
I can see
oh, sorry, go ahead.
so awkward. So I can see there is an environmental positive to this, but you're listing the benefits of joining the CRD thing. The only benefits listed are that the CRD is going to be able to track residents and them maintaining their systems. But
There's cost sharing incentives for homeowners when they are doing maintenance assessments. There's also no additional requirements for staffing from the District of Sauk. And then if you go back one more slide, we also talk about, it keeps us in line with the commitments that the District of Sauk had made with the Ministry of Environment. We get a public education system as well. And then the pump out records are automatically reported to the tracking facility, which would reduce any illegal dumping within the district.
I see all that. What percentage of these users are illegally dumping?
I have no idea. I don't know how to tell you, but we have seen it in the past.
I think it is a significant issue that people in Sauk are not managing their septic systems.
It wouldn't be them. Some, yeah, I've had talks with residents who haven't had their systems pumped out in 15 to 20 years that live on certain port, like close to the ocean, stuff like that. And they believe that they're operating fine, but they have no one to tell them if they are or aren't.
Does our commitment have a deadline?
Originally, we were supposed to have this in 2014 was the commitment after a 3-year pilot project to monitor to see how the public education program was going.
So we did 2005 and then we had a 2014.
So in 2005, the regulations came in with the Vancouver Island Health Authority. In 2010, when we implemented the liquid waste management plan, we had made a commitment that in 2011, we would be starting a public education program to assist homeowners. And then we would review that program in 2014 to see if there were less hotspots with sewer effluent entering waterways.
Mm-hmm. It's just if it's not a significant problem and they lack the capacity to enforce, just right as a resident and for community members here, just trying to see if there's a significant benefit to them paying this when the majority of them are doing a fine job of managing their treatments themselves.
One of the major benefits is that in the 5 years that you would be paying into this, you'd be under $100. And then when you would do your assessment, you would receive 75% of like between $500 to $700 in payment from the CRD in towards your maintenance program. And then this would also help the longevity of your septic system if it's properly maintained.
So they would be getting money back that they paid for.
More than they paid for. As I said, the CRD will share the cost of the maintenance assessment by paying for 75% up to a maximum of $500. If maintenance and repairs are recommended, the CRD will pay 100% of the maintenance assessment up to $700 when that resident has only paid $100 at that point.
Where are those funds coming from?
They are coming from the CRD.
So we pay into the CRD. So for
Correct.
people not on septic fields, they're going to pay.
Nope, it would only be for the on-site owners. It would not be anyone within the SSA connected to the sewer. It would only be those who have septic systems.
It's only those with septic because those.
I just don't understand if it's only the people that have the septic fields that are
Mhm.
paying into it, but they're getting paid more money back than they put into it. Where are those additional monies coming from?
From
Yeah,
all over the region,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
CRD, because there's other people on septic, like all through the Juan de Fuca, Salt Spring, even parts.
Currently, sorry, your worship, currently it's, who are a part of the CRD bylaw is Langford, View Royal, Colwood, and Saanich are also involved in this program. And this evening, North Saanich is also receiving a presentation as well.
Or I just feel like I'm missing something. So everyone that participates in this program will pay this fee, and every single one that's participating in this program could be reimbursed more than they put in.
Correct.
So where is the extra money coming from?
I'm not sure that's for the CRD's finances, but this is the way that they rolled out their program.
So
Where does the CRD have the money
like at
from?
this exactly?
Yeah, that's a good question, but obviously the CRD is,
I'm not privy to the finances of the CRD. I'm not sure how I believe that it'd be more costly for them to help people maintain their systems than it is to deal with the environmental degradation on the other side of it, which can be way more expensive. But that's just my opinion.
So sorry, another question.
okay, I'll go over here,
Come back, yeah.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation. At least get it on the floor for a vote. Oh, okay,
Okay, well, let's put the motion on the floor and then I'll go to
On the
Councillor
floor, the
McMaster. so we
council
can go
directs
on.
staff to write a letter to the CRD requesting that the district of Suit be added to the CRD bylaw 3479, which requires that all households serviced by septic systems in the district of Suit complete regular maintenance every 5 years at a minimum.
Correct.
Okay, so that's moved and seconded. I said 9 because in this report, it's 9, but on
And my
the,
apologies, that is my mistake. I was informed right before this meeting and Sarah Temple helped me change the number. So 3479 is the regulatory bylaw that you would follow, and then 3478 is the servicing bylaw connected to the 3479 bylaw. So 3478 would be that you have to do it every 5 years or sooner, and then 3479 is that there is a bylaw connected to the Vancouver Island Health Authority and the Sewerage Systems Regulations Act. Sorry for the confusion, but it would be 3478 in regards to 3479. They're both related.
got it. Thank you, Mr. Beaumeyer.
Sorry, yeah, it's a confusing
It's been
process.
moved and seconded. Question, Councillor McMaster.
We miss you in person.
Yeah, sorry.
What other municipalities are not signing on to this?
What other municipalities are not signed on to it? I'm not, well, I know of 4 that have signed on to it so far. And there's 2 that I knew this evening that were receiving similar
many-
presentations.
How many
So
are?
currently there's 4 that are on currently, and 2 more plus us this evening are discussing this matter because of commitments made in the liquid waste management plans to the Ministry of Environment that have not been followed up on and completed.
If we
Okay.
don't sign on, what are the consequences? And do you think they would give us
Okay.
an additional timeline?
We're on
Should
the
we not
motion
sign?
now,
So
so
that's why I want to ask my question before we got to this part.
I'm comfortable to answer any questions. Like I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
No, it's okay. It's fine.
we're on the motion. So I'm going to go to Councillor Bateman, who's moved it, and then to Councillor St. Pierre, and then we'll speak on the motion.
So the key to me is that the District of Sault's liquid waste management plan contains a commitment that we will implement a septic system maintenance program. In light of our failure to secure funding to expand the sewer system, the issue of failing septic fields is real and it is impacting the environmental health of the harbor. I know this is another layer of draconian oversight on here in the Wild West, but here it's 2023. I think we need to take these things seriously. It seems to be pretty small parcel tax. Personally, over at the Batemans, we do pump out every 5 years. Notice I'm full of it, right? And anyway, we pump out every 5 years. The maintenance thing concerns me, of course, because that maintenance expert's going to come through and say, maybe not. So it could well be that I will take the CRD $700 and pay who knows how much more to get my system upgraded. But I think that's a necessary responsibility. $15,000. Okay, I would $50. $50,000. Wow. Hold it now.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre is next. Can you turn off your microphone, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah.
This strikes me as one of those VIMQ type questions where if we don't actually make use of a service that's mostly being provided by someone else and mostly being paid for by someone else, later on, we just might be kicking ourselves. And meanwhile, we do have people whose systems probably could use some maintenance. And if they actually extend the lifespan of their systems that way, that's actually a good thing. I think there's a fear that we're going to find out that there's just a ton of systems that are failing and that people are going to be angry that they found out their systems are failing. So maybe we need to talk about that, but we need to be upfront about the fact that we're basically going to be pumping E. coli into all sorts of places that shouldn't have it and creating health hazards because we don't actually want to look at the fact that we have health hazards and that we have a liquid waste management plan that actually wants us to actually not have E. coli in our waterways and to actually be healthy. So there's reasons for this stuff, and this is a way to get there. Just saying.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems with this. Again, it's another draconian group and it's gonna be another tax. Right now, this evening, we are basically going to be putting forward a tax indirectly on more Souk residents. These ones happen to have septic tanks. And it's about $18 a year. And whatever else is it, because someone coming and inspecting it, I mean, I have a gravity field. I go look at it, I can tell you if it's working in 5 minutes. But if I have somebody coming out, he's gonna want $95 an hour just to drive out there. So I think this, without having a little more input from the residents of Souk to report back on this, I've had a septic field all my life. So I know how they work. I'd kind of not like someone poking around there every 5 years telling me I have a double-sized tank, which I put in when I built the house 17 years ago. So it doesn't need to be pumped every 5 years. There's only 2 of us in the house. So there's someone, again, coming around and telling me what I can and cannot do. I think there's a lot of people in Souk are going to be upset when they hear this. So I'd rather not pass it now. I think I need a little bit more information. I need some feedback from the community as how they're going to perceive this. And I know some of these systems are quite elaborate and very, very expensive. And they, you know, a homeowner will look at them anyways. But I think doing it this way is not the way to go, honestly.
Okay, Counselor Pearson.
Oh, I agree with everything you said.
Wow. Twice this year.
Are our partners in Juan de Fuca, have they signed on to this? Oh,
You're on mute, Paul.
you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Nope, just as I had said earlier, the ones who had signed in were Langford, Colwood, View Royal, and Saanich. Were the municipalities who had joined.
And everyone, there is no central collection system out here. I guess there is in Port Renfrew.
We have a collection system within the SSA, the specified sewer area within Souk, but for the outlying areas that don't have sewer, no, they're on septics.
And I have to know, and I do happen to know firsthand how expensive these systems are.
Mm-hmm.
The $700 is not enough. That's not enough bait there for me.
Right.
Like that's only based on the assessment. If you get $700 for somebody from SP Pump and Tanks to come and look at it,
mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously if the field needs to be repaired, I think people don't understand is that they're extremely expensive. So I don't know. I kind of something doesn't sitting right with me tonight as far as voting on this. So.
I just need to pause this meeting for a moment so we can pass a motion to meet past 11 o'clock. So a motion to meet past 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Lajeunesse. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor?
No time.
Any opposed? I have three. Can we okay, let's redo this vote. All those in favor of meeting past 11? All those opposed to meeting past 11? I have 1, 2, 3 opposed, so that fails. So we have to stop the meeting because I think I need at least a majority to vote or a unanimous vote.
The only question I have is I don't mind going past 11. I don't want to go past 11:30. There's no time limit. You said 11, we could go on at 2 in the morning.
Well, I don't want to go past,
Well,
okay.
in the motion that we go from extend the hours to 11:30, let us get to this, but I don't want to go beyond that.
I don't
That's the
even.
only thing I'm concerned about. I don't mind going past 11. I don't want to go past 2.
Okay, so
It's 11:30, half hour.
I think we should call in a night. Sorry. We need to do, there's one Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowmeyer. I will let you off. If you want to sign off, that's fine. I'm going to just, I'm not going to call the question. I'm just going to ask the mover and the seconder to pull their motions back or to withdraw the motions. Okay, because there's clearly more information and it's a lot to process right now. We have one time sensitive items. So I'd like council to meet past 11 to hear the permissive tax exemption report. Moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Bowmeyer. We will bring this back to the next agenda. And for now, I'm going to look at page or item 9.6. It's in the supplemental report and it's a permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw. So over to Ms. Gray, please.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. So it's just the deadlines we have. We have to report back to BC assessment by October 31st if any properties are going to be exempted for 2024 year end. So we're under a bit of a crunch with available meetings as well as ads that need to go in the paper for this. So Macola Housing Society, which is running the Charters Road BC Housing Project. Owners and operators of that project have requested a permissive tax exemption. So it's in front of council for your consideration. Just keeping in mind, this is optional. This is not required for you to do this for them. And after this project and the Drenner project are completed, these are going to be some of the biggest projects in Souk. And if they're granted permissive exemptions, the district will receive no tax dollars from these organizations. So it's just for your consideration if you would like to provide them a permissive exemption. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
If we get in the habit of actually giving permissive tax exemptions to all of our affordable housing, then all the people that are there, we're not actually getting any money to pay for amenities and services for these people. This is not actually, I think, a very sustainable model. So I would suggest against it myself.
Okay, can then move a motion, please.
Does that be just the first part that council give first, second, and
No.
third? No.
It would be option 2 if you're opting not to exempt Macola, which I've put on the screen. So it would be first and second as presented, amend third to remove Macola, and then give third as amended. It's on your screens right now.
The council give first and second reading to bylaw 892, 792-03 permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw 2023 as presented. 2, that bylaw 892, 792-03 permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw 2023 be amended by removing all Macola Housing Society properties at 2170 Church Road from Schedule A. 3, that council give third reading to bylaw 892, 792-03 permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw 2023 as amended.
It's been moved by Councillor St. Pierre. Is there a seconded by Councillor Beddoes? Would you like to speak to it, Councillor St. Pierre?
Just briefly, I feel like I wish we weren't doing this at 11 o'clock at night because I would love to be able to talk about it more and kind of think about this further and get more discussion. I did. Oh, not the second one, whatever. No, but you're right. But that's bad thinking after 11. All right, moving along. I do have a significant concern that we're gonna need a lot of affordable housing and that we actually need some income at the district level to provide services for people that are entering our community and staying in our community. I don't think it's sustainable to actually give exemptions to every affordable housing project. So.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a fairly big piece of property to take out of our tax base, and they use all the amenities, and we all have to pay our own way. So I'm not in favor of giving them the exemption.
Any comments, Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, and also it puts a quite a strain on our existing infrastructure as well. So I think they need to pay their share.
Others, Councillor McMath?
Just to play the devil's advocate here, like Macola has done a lot of work in Souk and people complain because there's an influx of people coming to this community, but that is inevitable. And so if we are not going to give them this break, where do you think that will be passed along? So it's the trade. It's kind of similar to our previous agenda item that we had before. You do short-term versus long-term. And so right now we're in the middle of this housing crisis and we talk about affordability. There's a trade there. So we have these multiple emergencies. So what is the most important? And so I hear what you're saying. I just think there's another side to this one.
Ms. Gray?
Just one point of clarity on your comment there, Councillor McMath, is our understanding is in other municipalities, they do it differently than they're doing it here. And then the last couple projects, it seems to be a new funding model that they're trying to push out, which is because in Victoria and others, they get an operating subsidy that would cover their permissive tax exemption from the province. So something has changed in that model where now they've switched to this model where every unit is strataed or like it, as you see a permissive bylaw, it's massive now. And it will only continue to grow. So I'm not sure what has changed, why they've changed how they've funded these projects, but that seems to be the latest push of this is they change this ownership model and change the funding model so that it's basically requiring these not-for-profit agencies to apply to their local municipalities for permissive tax exemptions, where in Victoria, we know that they get an operating subsidy from either Victoria or the province to cover this. I don't know why we haven't gone fully down this rabbit hole yet. That's what we've learned from our research over the last few weeks for these affordable housing projects, because we honestly thought this was going to be paid by the province. When that was becoming apparent, here we are.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so I'll double down on the devil's advocate and I'll be voting against the motion. It's worth noting that in the OCP bylaw number 800 under affordable housing, objective 4.9, enhance housing affordability, do so through explore tax exemptions, development cost charge reductions, and other funding mechanisms to support housing affordability. It's worth noting there is a precedent here with the Knox Vision Society, also a BC housing project. It gets $52,000 a year in tax exemptions, 2021 to 2025. So I guess when it comes up, we might be in a position to withdraw that. Saanich presented a really in-depth staff report on this subject. And there they recognize strategic implications. The tax exemption for affordable housing demonstrates support of existing long-serving housing providers, attracts new nonprofit housing providers and projects, because the word is going to go out. Souk doesn't give a permissive tax exemption. And, we need affordable housing. Simple. And for Saanich, it aligns with goals and strategic plan and policies and draft their official community plan. Anyway, so I'll vote against that, but I can totally see the logic of, there's another $58,000 in this case that is needed by Souk. But I primarily regret that Mr. Albers is not here tonight to speak to this and that it's happening so rapidly here at 11:08.
I suppose depending on who's watching the meeting, they would say that the meeting is not going rapidly because we did start at 7. But anyway, I'm going back and forth on this because the property taxes that would then need to be paid would then be recalibrated over the project. So it would then hit those that it would hit the rent, I suppose. The building would need to recoup its operating costs, and it would do that through the rent. On the other hand, it's about 0.5% of tax increase that then everyone else in the community would have to pay to make up for to make up for it. There is more of a call for service in all areas. It's just more units, more people, more calls on everything. And so how do we all fund that? It would be every resident then that would be asked to pay more. So that's the challenge, right? it goes back and forth. Without a diverse range of property taxes to draw from, it will be residences that are paying for this. And then that's where, in some regard, it flares up more NIMBYism because now people are paying more to subsidize X. So I can see both sides of this argument. Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, it also it will potentially increase our policing costs and a bunch of other things, but maybe since we're getting so many downloads from the province, maybe they should be talking to the housing minister about tax exemption or about having the province kick in to pay some of the taxes to the district.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I would agree with Councillor Jeunesse. I think this is one of those places where other levels of government have to help local government. It sounds like that was what was happening potentially previously to cover these taxes. And at this point, actually spreading it out amongst a large number of units actually seems more fair than necessarily making it impossible for us to actually make our way. This is our one tool to actually pay for everything that we do. And we're going to need a lot of affordable housing. My concern is that I don't think we can stop here with affordable housing. And I don't like downloading this onto people who don't have a lot of money. That's why they need affordable housing. But at the same time, how do we actually keep on providing more and more affordable housing if we can't actually maintain it, if we can't pay our way? So I agree with Councillor Jeunesse. I think this is something where we need more fiscal tools and we need help from the province or the feds, but I don't think we can take this on forever.
Yes.
Just a quick note that BC Housing has invested approximately 50 million plus in the creation of these two housing units or structures. And I had something else, but that's it.
All right, then. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. There was Councillor McMath, myself, and Councillor Bateman opposed, and the rest were in favor, so it passes. Council, will you entertain my notice of motion? Even though that wasn't in the motion to go past 11. Okay. All right, there is a notice of motion, so I would ask that you waive notice and consider this notice of motion for me tonight at our meeting. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I will read it out. It's regard for those viewing online. It's in regard to our community health care. So whereas the Ministry of Health has confirmed in writing on September 11, 2023, their support to fund the necessary tenancy improvements for the proposal and service plan completed by the Sauk Region Communities Health Network for a community health center and urgent primary care center, CHC UPCC. And whereas the ministry is committed to funding only the tenancy improvements and model of care for the UPCC and indicated that such would need to be open to the public in 2025. And whereas the District of Sauk has available raw land on Wadham's Way, this is a growing community with a proven need for other health services that would benefit from co-location, provided the objective of opening the CHC UPCC is not further delayed. Therefore, be it resolved that council support the mayor's call for action with the following: formation of a small dedicated task force comprised of council members, including the mayor, up to 2 councillors, district staff, namely the CAO, Director of Planning, Corporate Services, as well as members of the Sauk Region Communities Health Network, consulting members of Wiser Architects and others as determined jointly by the CAO and mayor. And further, that council directs staff to report back on the budget and posting for additional short-term contracting services to further realize this important project. So I make that motion, please. Seconded by Councillor McMath. Speaking to it, you all know that we have a healthcare problem underway and the work that we're doing. I think many of you are well aware of the work done to date. So I ask you to support this motion. Take any questions. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Counselor McMath, seconded by Counselor St. Pierre. All of the remaining items will flow to our next regular scheduled council meeting, including the ones on septic, so you can dig in on that a little bit more, and we'll carry on the conversation. All those in favor of adjournment? That's unanimous. Thank you and good night.